You want?
You can hear us, right, Mr. Hanson?
Okay. Let's call the meeting of the Moore County Board of Education to order. First of all, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Benway to approve the agenda. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bruno. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Batchelor, why don't you lead us in the pledge? And Ms. Davis, our moment of silence.
Yes, if you'll join me for just a moment, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I note that, is Mr. Hensley here by phone?
Yes,
Okay, very good. And so I do understand Mr. Holmes is going to be delayed, but otherwise we're doing okay. So we're going to do board member training. For that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Locklear.
Good morning, board. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. First item on our agenda today is part 2 of Title IX training. Mr. Schwartz is with us this morning, and so I'm just to turn it right over to you, Rich. I believe you've got about an hour planned for this.
Yep, gonna.
So I'll let you get right into it.
Okay, so this is part 2 of the Title IX training that we first did on October 30th. We did part 1, and just to refresh your recollections, we're talking about Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, which states that no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be denied any of the benefits of participating in an educational program or activity that gets any federal financial assistance. So this applies to the Board of Education, of course, because we receive federal financial assistance. So I'm not going to reiterate everything that we went through in the training on October 30th, but I am going to get us up to implementation of this, which is where we ended up last time. So we talked about all the requirements of Title IX last time, and we got up to, excuse me, this particular slide. And I apologize, I'm still getting over the flu, so I'm a little bit raspy. So for implementation of this, we've got different people who have different roles and different assignments in the Title IX process. So the players, as we're calling them here, are the Title IX coordinator, the investigator, the decision maker, the informal resolution facilitator, any hearing appeals officer or appeals body, and advisors. And all of these people have distinct roles, and some of them can't be done by more than one person. So we're going to talk about the roles and who gets what assignments, and the policy decisions that the Board of Education has to make. So among the policy decisions that are included in your board policies and that the board has made when you adopted the board policies are some of these that are shown right here. And one is dealing with supportive measures. And supportive measures have to be offered to both the complainant, that is the person that we used to refer to as the victim or the alleged victim, and the respondent, and that is the alleged perpetrator. And keep in mind that one of the focuses of the changes in the Title IX regulations that went into effect in August of 2020 was to assume no guilt on the part of the alleged perpetrator or the respondent. And that's why we don't call the complainant the victim or the survivor or anything like that. And we don't call the respondent the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator. So, and because there's no presumption of guilt until the end of this process, we also consider supportive measures. And supportive measures are offered not only to the complainant, the alleged victim, but also to the alleged perpetrator. Because if you're accused or falsely accused, it's going to impact you as well in the educational setting. So supportive measures are things that are non-disciplinary and non-punitive, and they're intended to be individualized services as well, and they're offered as appropriate and reasonably available. That is, the school system doesn't have to go to unreasonable lengths in most cases, without any fee or charge to either party, and they're offered before or after a formal complaint is filed. So even if we just have, once we have a report, is when the supportive measures kick in, even if it's not reduced to a formal complaint. And supportive measures can include a lot of different things, but they're not limited. They can include anything, basically. But typical examples of supportive measures are things like counseling or extension of deadlines for turning in assignments, or other course adjustments that might be necessary, modifications to class or work schedules. So it might be that if we've got the complainant and respondent sitting side by side in an English class, and we've got another English class across the hall, and one of them would prefer to be there, we might move that person, one or the other of them. Security and monitoring of certain areas of campus might be appropriate. Escorting somebody from one class to another if there's a place or a time when they might be subject to sexual harassment. There might be restrictions on contact between the parties or other such measures. So these are the things that are considered supportive measures. Some other policy decisions that are included in your board policy are what information will be provided to the complainant by the Title IX coordinator. So the Title IX coordinator is responsible for promptly contacting the complainant even before a complaint is filed, that is when there's a report made, to discuss supportive measures, and has to consider the complainant's wishes with regard to supportive measures. The Title IX coordinator has to inform the complainant of the availability of these supportive measures with or without the filing of a formal complaint. So even if a complaint's not filed, the supportive measures can be offered and provided, and then also explain the complaint process to the complainant once a report is made. In addition to that which is required, we have to set forth in board policy what, if any, additional information will be provided to the complainant. And we don't go much beyond this in our board policies, but in the policy we'd have to, or an administrative regulation, we would have to provide some guidance as to what that might be. Timeframes have to be included in the grievance procedure, and the regulations require that the timeframes be reasonably prompt for everything that's included in it. But one of the things that you'll see in the adoption of the policies is that while the regulations require the timeframes to be reasonably prompt, the regulations also require 10 days for this, 10 days for that, and so on. So it drags out, Title IX investigation drags out considerably beyond your normal investigative process for school discipline matters. Because we have to provide time and information and reports to the parties and give them an opportunity to respond and then follow up with different timeframes. So I'm not going to go into the detail on that, but the timeframes are significant. We also have to include the disciplinary sanctions or remedies that might be available once we get to the end of the process and reach a determination regarding responsibility. So for employees, it's up to and including dismissal. For students, it's the punitive measures can be anything that are included within our school discipline policies, and that's anything up to and including expulsion, depending upon how severe the behavior or the consequences might be in our Code of Student Conduct. For volunteers or visitors, they can be directed to leave the school property, and they can be banned from school property, given a no trespass warning. And same thing is true for third parties or contractors. The standard of evidence is another requirement that the regulations, the federal regulations have, and that is the board has to adopt one of two standards. The standard can either be the preponderance of the evidence, and the preponderance of the evidence is simply the greater weight of the evidence. And if you think of the scales of justice, it's enough to tip the scales ever so slightly. Sometimes it's defined as the weight of a feather. So it's just enough to tip the scales of justice. The other standard that the board could adopt is clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence is obviously more than the weight of a feather. It's less than proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the standard for conviction in a criminal court. But clear and convincing evidence is the other standard. And in the board's policy that's listed here on this slide, the standard that's been adopted by the board is the preponderance standard, the greater weight of the evidence standard. Okay? The board can change that anytime it wanted to, but can only go to the clear and convincing standard as the other alternative. Okay? The other thing is that the board has to define consent. And there are a variety of, because remember, one of the things that we're dealing with sexual harassment is you can never consent to quid pro quo harassment. That is the exchange of one thing for another. That's only between employees and students. So if an employee is offering a benefit to a student in exchange for suffering sexual harassment or sexual misconduct, we can never provide consent for that. And a student is unable to give consent to that under the regulations. But for unwelcome sexual harassment, there is a consent standard. So if the welcome sexual harassment is not illegal, okay? Flirting between or among people that's welcomed and engaged in by both parties is fine. Nothing wrong with that. So the definition of consent is significant for unwelcome sexual harassment and for the other forms of sexual harassment that we've discussed. You've adopted a definition of consent in the regulation 3070, 4070, 6070R. And so we've got that definition. Whether or not the board will provide a live hearing is an option at the K-12 level. It's not an option at the university level. But we don't, we provide the opportunity to appeal up to the board level and the possibility for a hearing there. We do allow an informal resolution process. But under the regulations, the current regulations, one of the things that is very, very controversial under the current regulations is that you can't have an informal resolution until after a formal complaint has been filed. So if you get a report of sexual harassment and it's not reduced to a formal complaint, you can't have an informal resolution. You can only have an informal resolution after a formal complaint has been filed and the process has begun. So we do allow for informal resolution after a formal complaint has been filed. There was a lot of comment on that in the proposed new regulations that we're going to be talking about in a couple of minutes. And I think that's one of the things that's very likely to change in the new regulations, and that is to allow for informal resolution before you have to go through this very laborious process of a formal complaint. For your Moore County Board policies, these are the policies that we have that have already been adopted. We have our Title IX policy on non-discrimination on the basis of sex. Then we have a separate sexual harassment policy on prohibited conduct and reporting process. We have our definitions in the regulations, and then we have the grievance process for processing sexual harassment complaints. Now, keep in mind that the 2020 regulations deal with sexual harassment. The newly proposed regulations that we're liable to see coming in 2024 broaden this, and they deal not only with sexual harassment, but they deal with sex-based discrimination. So they cover a lot more than just sexual harassment. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes, but I wanted to make that distinction because you'll see that in the first policy that we have here, it's non-discrimination on the basis of sex. The other three deal specifically with sexual harassment as opposed to the broader sex-based discrimination. So when the new regulations come in, again, likely in 2024, we're going to probably have to make, we're definitely going to have to make adjustments to these policies. All right, so let's get back to where we are and where we've been and where we're going. So even before we get to this slide, Please recall that when we talked about this at the end of October, in June of 2020, while these the current or the the current regulations, the 2020 regulations that were pending, they had come out in May for adoption in August. But in June, after the regulations had been published, but not before they were implemented in August of 2020, in June of 2020 is when the U.S. Supreme Court came out with the Bostock and related decisions. And the Bostock decision wasn't a Title IX decision, it was a Title VII employment discrimination case, but it had the same language as Title IX, and it broadened for the first time, the U.S. Supreme Court broadened the interpretation of what the words on the basis of sex mean for terms of discrimination. And they said that on the basis of sex now means more than what it says you are on your birth certificate. And it now means, it includes discrimination or different treatment based on your gender identity or sexual orientation. So, but in adopting those decisions in June of 2020, what the U.S. Supreme Court explicitly also said was, we are not ruling on Title IX because we don't have a Title IX case in front of us. All right, now the language in Title IX is based on the language in Title VII, and it includes the same phrase on the basis of sex. So there's no reason to think it would be interpreted differently. So fast forward then from June of 2020 to August of 2020, that was the effective date for the Trump administration regulations that have been published in May of 2020. But on day one of the Biden administration, January 20, 2021, President Biden issued the first of a series of executive orders, 2 different federal agencies, applying the Bostock rulings from June of 2020 to federal agencies, and said, in my administration, the federal agencies are going to interpret the phrase on the basis of sex wherever it appears in different statutes and regulations to cover not only male or female sex discrimination, but also protections based on gender identity and sexual orientation. In March of 2021, the Biden administration issued an executive order to the U.S. Department of Education directing it to review all of its regulations that deal with on the basis of sex. So that then, for the first time, was a directive to the U.S. Department of Education to look at all of the regulations that have been adopted in August of 2020 rather, dealing with Title IX, and then broaden the interpretation and the application of Title IX to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. Sure. I can, yes.
Okay.
Richard, would you explain the Bostock interpretation again,
Sure.
please?
Yep. So in interpreting that, let me take it back a little bit to the history of Title VII. Title VII deals with employment discrimination. It was adopted in 1964 as part of the Civil Rights Acts, and it prohibits discrimination in the workforce on the basis of race, sex, color, national origin. Okay? But in interpreting Title VII, the courts over the years from 1964 forward said, when we're asked to interpret what protections are provided on the basis of sex in the workforce under Title VII, we look at what Congress intended when they adopted this. And we think at the time they adopted it in 1964, they intended to protect men and women against discrimination in the workforce on the basis of being a man or a woman, all right? And we look at what those words meant back in 1964. Now, in I think every Congress except one since 1964, there had been a legislation introduced but never passed to broaden the interpretation of that so that it would protect not only are you being discriminated against because you're a male or a female in the workforce, but are you also being discriminated against on the basis of your sexual orientation? That is, I'm a man who likes men, or I'm a man who likes women, or a woman who likes women, or et cetera, or your gender identity. I'm born male, but I identify as female, okay? That had never passed Congress. So all the courts across the land had been interpreting it very strictly as it protects you based on what it says you are on your birth certificate, but not on how you feel or what your orientation is. That began to change, particularly after 2015, when the U.S. Supreme Court legitimized same-sex marriage in the Obergefell case. So after the Obergefell case in 2015, we had the unusual situation where two men who could get married to each other in 2015, and they could go to work the next day and be fired, and it wouldn't be considered a violation of Title VII if they were fired because of their sexual orientation as opposed to the fact that they're male. All right? So then different, what's that? No, I'm sorry, I was just clearing my throat. Then different federal courts started to say, you know what, times have changed. And we've got a long history of interpreting Title VII very strictly based on what we thought was intended in 1964. But now times have changed, society has changed. We think the interpretation makes no sense anymore in today's world. And we're going to start going against our own precedent. And so those cases bubbled up to the Supreme Court, and you had different rulings going in different places depending upon where you were in the United States. And in 2020 is when the Supreme Court in the Bostock and some related decisions decided on the same day, decided that we are going to provide protections in the workforce under Title VII now based on sexual orientation or gender identity. Okay? So, we got these federal executive orders under the Biden administration saying we're now going to start a wholesale review of some of these regulations, and the one in March of 2021 was specifically directed to the U.S. Department of Education to review its regulations, which included Title IX. And then in June of 2021, the Department of Education specifically said, for our purposes in enforcing Title IX, because the U.S. Department of Education and the Justice Department enforce Title IX, they said for our cases now, we are going to broaden how we interpret on the basis of sex under Title IX to incorporate the Bostock decisions. And so in June of 2022, a year after that, the Biden administration issued a notice of proposed rulemaking, which is, I've got it shorthanded to NPRM and several of these slides besides that, that's what it means. And a notice of proposed rulemaking says, we are considering changing these rules. Now, remember I talked about Dear Colleague letters last time and how the Obama administration had sent out a bunch of Dear Colleague letters, and then the Trump administration said, forget about all those Dear Colleague letters saying how we're going to interpret Title IX. We're now going to rulemaking in the Trump administration. And they went through the rulemaking process and adopted these rules. Well, once you adopt a rule and you go through the federal rulemaking process, if you want to change the rule, you've got to go through the federal rulemaking process. And the beginning point of that is to send out a notice of proposed rulemaking, where the department sends out this notice and they publish it in the Federal Register and they say, we're thinking about changing these rules and we're inviting comment from the public on that. And so they did that in June of 2022, and the rulemaking, notice of proposed rulemaking we're going to talk about really not only just broadened the interpretation of on the basis of sex, but it changed an awful lot, or proposes to change an awful lot, in the rules that were adopted in August of 2020 under the Trump administration. So there was a comment period, a 90-day comment period from June to September of 2022 for the notice of proposed rulemaking. And then the Department of Education said, we're going to, our target date to issue the new rules is going to be May of 2023. And that didn't happen. And then they said our target date is going to be October of 2023. And that didn't happen. And then they haven't issued a new target date. But the current speculation is that the latest, the guessing is that the notice of the new target date for the rules is going to probably be June of 2024, with likely an implementation date in August of 2024, which means we're going to be, if that happens, we're going to be in a mad scramble like we were in the summer of 2022 to implement a whole new process and get the training done and policies adopted and so on. The only advantage that we might have over the summer of 2022 is hopefully we won't be in the middle of COVID again when that happens. So we don't know what the effective date of the new rules is going to be. But let's talk about what's new. So we
Richard,
talked.
wait,
Yeah.
hold on a second. Is that still on the Federal Register?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
can still vote on that?
Oh, no. It's not voting on it. It's putting
Comments.
comments. Yeah.
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 Okay,
No,
I
there.
understand that.
So, and I'll get to the comments in a couple of minutes. So bear
Okay.
with me here. So these are the the two executive orders that I just described a few minutes ago that were issued under the Biden administration. The first one on day one of the Biden administration, January 20, 2021, directed all federal agencies to take steps to administer and enforce laws that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex, to include sexual orientation and gender identity. And the second one in March of 2021 was directed to the U.S. Department of Education to review all of its existing orders and guidance and policy, including those regulations that came out under the Trump administration. It also, in March of 2021, this is unrelated to Title IX, not directly related to Title IX, but DPI introduced a new update in Power School that allows a student to enter their preferred name. And preferred name could be a nickname, or it could be a name that might be gender altering or appear to be gender altering in terms of identity.
Do we do
and I
that?
throw that in just as an aside.
Wait, excuse me. Do we do
Per
that?
policy and the Parent Bill of Rights law, we have a process to notify parents if a student's requested to change their name.
Okay, even to put it on the computer like that?
It wouldn't go into Power Schools until the parent was aware and signed off.
Okay, very
Yep.
good, thank you.
Yes, I was going to get to that. So since then, we've had the Parents' Bill of Rights, and that impacts what DPI did in Power School there. Getting back to Title IX specifically, the Department of Education's interpretation of Title IX that took effect in June 2 of 2021 was, again, to broaden how they're interpreting on the basis of sex to include sexual orientation and gender identity in enforcing Title IX. Now, keep in mind that we also, in the Fourth Circuit, because we're in the Fourth Federal Circuit, we have the Gavin Grimm case that came out of Gloucester County, Virginia. And that case was appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court after the Bostock decision came out, and the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear it. Okay? Now, there's another decision that the U.S. Supreme Court has recently declined to hear from the 11th Circuit that goes 180 degrees opposite the Gavin Grimm case. The Gavin Grimm case, if you'll recall, was the case of a person, Gavin Grimm, who was born female, and it was transgender, and during high school wanted to use the boys' bathroom. And the Board of Education originally adopted a policy that would have allowed for that use. Then they changed the policy and said, no, you can't. You got to use the bathroom that comports with what it says on your birth certificate. And that case went up to the Supreme Court, went up to the Fourth Circuit a couple of times, and ultimately the Fourth Circuit decided that what the Board of Education had done was in violation of Title IX and the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And so in the Fourth Circuit, we have settled law that says you get to use the bathroom that comports with your gender identity if that's what you want. Now, that ruling was limited to the bathroom, but it would probably apply equally to locker rooms or other such situations. So that's settled law in the Fourth Circuit, and only in the Fourth Circuit, in that direction right now. Keep in mind that,
But to be clear, we are the Fourth Circuit.
and we are within the Fourth Circuit, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's binding law in North Carolina right now. What's likely happening now is this is happening now. there are other cases that are bubbling up in other circuits. And because the Supreme Court declined to hear the appeal from the 11th Circuit, what the Supreme Court is likely doing is waiting for the law to develop in the other circuits to see what's going to happen. And sooner or later, they'll end up having to take one of these cases, because we're going to have, the law of the land is going to be different depending upon where in the land you live. And if you live in California, you live in Michigan, you live in Florida, you live in North Carolina, and there are 4 different versions of what Title IX means or requires, that's when the Supreme Court usually ends up deciding what case it's going to take to decide the law of the land. Keep in mind that while the August 2020 regulations are under review by the Biden administration, they're still in place. So we're still following the Trump administration Title IX regulations with the interpretation of the Biden administration as to what on the basis of sex means, while the new Biden administration regulations are under review and consideration. So what that means is nothing has changed yet, but change is coming, okay? So on the anniversary of Title IX, June 23rd, 2022 was the 50th anniversary of Title IX. The Department of Education celebrated that, as only the Department of Education can, by announcing the proposed changes to the regulations enforcing Title IX. You know, I would have preferred a cake, you know, but instead they issued proposed new regulations. The regulations had just become effective August 14, 2020, and that's when the department issued for proposed comment the notice of proposed rulemaking. And they announced that what their intent was, and that is that the proposed amendments will restore crucial protections for students who are victims of sexual harassment. So now we get back to calling somebody a victim, okay, right away. Victims of sexual harassment, assault, and sex-based discrimination. A critical safety net for survivors, we're using survivors again right now, okay, that was weakened under previous regulations. The proposed regulations and previous regulations are the current regulations. The proposed regulations will advance educational equity and opportunity for women and girls across the country to ensure that every student in America from kindergarten through a doctorate degree can achieve her dreams. So now we're back to talking about Title IX and her dreams. So here's what happened. They issued the notice of proposed rulemaking, which began the period for accepting comments. Prior to issuing the notice of proposed rulemaking, the department initiated a comprehensive review of its Title IX regulations to comply with the Biden executive orders guaranteeing an educational environment free of discrimination on the basis of sex, to include protections for sexual orientation and gender identity. And then they took comments and held held hearings throughout over the country over a period of about a year prior to issuing this notice of proposed rulemaking. So leading up to the issuance of the notice, they had been holding hearings and taking comments. This is a little bit harder to read here, but according to the Department of Education, the proposed regulations would protect students and employees from all forms of sex discrimination. So it's not just sexual harassment now. It would provide full protection from sex-based harassment, and also protect the rights of parents and guardians to support their children. It would require students to take schools to take prompt and effective action to end any sex discrimination in educational programs and activities, to prevent its recurrence and remedy its effects, to protect students and employees who are pregnant or have pregnancy-related conditions. So pregnancy is now going to be more specifically included in these regulations. It would require schools to respond promptly to all complaints of sex discrimination with a fair and reliable process that includes trained, unbiased decision makers to evaluate the evidence, and it would require supportive measures for students and employees affected by any conduct that may constitute sex discrimination, not just harassment, including students who've been brought complaints or have been accused, and it would protect LGBTQ plus students from sex discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics. So that's the intent of the rules. It would clarify.
Richard,
Yes.
could you go back
Yep.
one? when it said protect the rights of parents and guardians to support, what does support mean?
That means that they could file a claim on behalf of their kids as well, and they could be involved in the process for supporting. But that remains to be seen how they're going to be involved in the process. Okay? Continuing on, the regulations would clarify and confirm protection from retaliation under Title IX. It would improve the adaptability of the regulations grievance process, particularly in K-12, because it was recognized, it's been recognized that the grievance process in K-12 is unbelievably cumbersome and difficult to implement and carry out effectively. It would ensure that schools share their non-discrimination policies with all students, employees, and everybody else participating. And there's a parallel track now that's been going on under Title IX dealing with participation in athletics. And the department has been saying that they're going to keep those processes separately, but it's now looking like there's a good chance that the proposed regulations for athletics are going to probably come out in June as well, if these Title IX regulations come out as well. But there was a separate rulemaking process dealing with athletics. So just in the Title IX rulemaking process, not dealing with athletics, the Department of Education received over 235,000 comments dealing with that after they published their notice of proposed rulemaking. The comments reflect very much the cultural divide on LGBTQ+ issues. And again, they're separately considering gender identity and participation in sports under Title IX, and there's a separate rulemaking process and comments on that. And I think they got about 150,000 comments on that one. Now, the department is required to review every single comment that came in as part of the rulemaking process, and that's very likely part of what has led to the delay in this. In the notice of proposed rulemaking, this is one of the things they said: the department recognizes that schools vary in size, student populations, and administrative structure. The proposed regulations would enable all schools to meet their obligations to comply fully with Title IX while providing them appropriate discretion and flexibility to account for these variations. So that's one of the big takeaways from the notice of proposed rulemaking is the department is saying that there's going to be some flexibility in the regulations when they come out for K-12 and for the variety of different sizes of schools and types of schools that we have in K-12. Again, the department has never really come out and said, we recognize that the regulations right now are unbelievably cumbersome in K-12. And they would never admit that, but I think we've got a tacit admission here, and a lot of the comments dealt with why it was difficult to implement in K-12. Under the proposed new rules, some of the biggest takeaways are these. We can anticipate that they will broaden the strict definitions of sexual harassment that were effective under the Trump-Betsy DeVos rules that went into effect in August of 2020, and that the pendulum is likely to swing again. Remember, I told you that one of the things that happened under the Obama administration was the pendulum swung very, very strongly to one place, so that you had the alleged perpetrators' rights were being pretty much trampled in some cases. And so the idea in the Trump administration rules was to swing the pendulum back so that there's no determination made until the end of the grievance process and the review process. There's a presumption of innocence, there's protections for the alleged perpetrator, and so on. We don't even refer to the alleged perpetrator. So we can anticipate the pendulum swinging back again closer to where it was, or somewhere closer to where it was under the Obama administration. We can anticipate changes in the process for responding to sexual harassment, assault, and sex discrimination, and protections for sexual orientation and gender identity, and new protections for pregnant and parenting students. And I'll get into those protections in those protections in just a minute. And less onerous requirements and more flexibility in the grievance process and the investigative process and how that's carried out, particularly at the K-12 level. The um, there's going to be an expansion of Title IX coverage under these new regulations, streamlining some of the more burdensome procedural requirements, elimination of barriers. I don't really believe there are any barriers really to prevent victims from filing complaints, but it's going to be, it'll probably be a little bit easier to file a complaint and maintain most protections for accused students, but maybe not all of them. The expanded coverage is likely going to broaden the scope of who is protected and what conduct is covered, so that it will include all forms of sex discrimination, not just sexual harassment. So remember, we looked at the 4 board policies, the 3 board policies and the 1 regulation, and we had protections against sex-based discrimination in 1 policy, and then the other 3 dealt with sexual harassment, definitions in our regulations of sexual harassment, and the grievance process for sexual harassment. So because we're going to cover all forms of sex-based discrimination, likely under the new regulations, we're probably going to have to change those policies, as I mentioned earlier. There will be expanded definitions of discrimination, most likely, and expanded territory covered. Even though Title IX covers only acts that are committed in the United States, there's likely going to be an expansion of if acts occur outside of that and they impact the school setting, we're going to have to deal with the impact in the school setting more directly. The notice of proposed rulemaking would require school systems and other institutions to take prompt and effective actions to end any sex discrimination that has occurred, prevent its recurrence, and remedy its effects. We can count on that being in the new regulations. Who is going to be protected under the proposed new rules? It'll be students, employees, third parties who participated in or attempted to participate in a school's education program or activity at the time of the alleged sex discrimination will probably be protected, and current religious exemptions will probably still apply. So in terms of the conduct that's covered, currently we cover on the left sexual harassment. We talked about quid pro quo harassment. That's employee to student harassment, the exchange of one thing or another, or the promise or threat of a benefit or withdrawal of some privilege in exchange for succumbing to or putting up with sex-based harassment. And then hostile environment harassment is unwelcome sexual conduct or sexual harassment and sexual violence. The 4 federal, the Violence Against Women Act provisions and the Clery Act provisions for sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking. What probably is going to be added under the new regulations are the current interpretation under the Biden administration for protection on sex characteristics or sexual stereotypes, pregnancy or related conditions, sexual orientation or gender identity, parental, family, or marital status, and retaliation. Retaliation is currently included as well. So the definitions are going to likely going to change again. So remember when we talked about the pendulum had swung under the Obama administration, and there were the seminal U.S. Supreme Court cases in the 1990s of Christine Franklin versus Gwinnett County, and the Gebser case and the Davis case. The regulations under the Trump administration said we're going back to those definitions from the 1990s U.S. Supreme Court cases, and in order for sexual harassment to be covered under Title IX regulations, they've got to be, the behavior has to be the current standard, severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. Under the proposed new rules, we're likely going to see an expansion of that definition so that unwelcome sex-based conduct, not sexual harassment, but sex-based conduct, which is broader than sexual harassment, that is sufficiently severe or pervasive, not and pervasive, or pervasive, that based on the totality of the circumstances and evaluated subjectively, that is by the person to whom it's happening, and objectively, that is how would everybody else view it, denies or limits a person's ability to participate in or benefit from an educational program or activity, federally funded educational program or activity. So the red part are the big changes there, okay? Instead of sufficiently severe and pervasive and objectively offensive, it will probably be changed to severe or pervasive and subjectively and objectively offensive based on the totality of the circumstances. So it's going to be a much broader definition of what's covered probably under the new regulations. And I say probably because none of this is written in stone at all, okay? For sexual orientation and gender identity, in addition to the general prohibition, the proposed rules would prohibit different treatment that causes more than minimal harm, more than de minimis harm in sex-segregated programs or activities, and specifically references gender identity. It would not recommend the regulations, these rules would not recommend the regulations governing athletics, again, because there's a separate rulemaking underway, but it's starting to look like those are going to come out at about the same time now. For pregnancy or related conditions, the new proposed rules would cover pregnancy, termination, that's not termination of employment or anything, it's termination of the pregnancy, or lactation. So there would be protection for any conditions related to pregnancy, termination of a pregnancy, or lactation. It would require the same treatment as other temporary disabilities. Reasonable modifications, including voluntary leaves of absence, notification of the Title IX coordinator, and providing clean and private lactation rooms. So that will be a requirement for students and employees in schools. Okay.
Does that mean that babies are allowed in classrooms and here?
That means if they're there, or if the mother needs an accommodation to breastfeed, while they're in school, either as a student or employee, there are going to have to be accommodations made for that, including provide a lactation.
I understand that, but you can't nurse a baby unless they're in the building.
Or unless the mother's provided some other accommodation
Okay.
For their schedule or other
Okay,
activities.
that
so.
I understand, but are babies allowed in the classroom in school now?
That could be an accommodation. We're going to have, the regulations may very well address that more directly. Okay, but that is a potential accommodation, yes. Okay. Parental, family, or marital status, the regulations would include prohibitions against making any inquiries about that for a job applicant. Expanded territory covered, I touched on this a little while ago. The notice of proposed rulemaking covers all sex discrimination, including conduct that occurs in a building owner controlled by an officially recognized student organization. Now that's primarily at the university level, dealing with fraternity houses and sorority houses and that sort of thing. But it now covers all discrimination where a person is subject to an institution's disciplinary authority. So it could be off school grounds at any point when they're subject to our disciplinary authority, including when it occurs outside of the United States. So for example, I think I gave examples of the French club going to Montreal or the basketball team getting invited to a tournament in the Bahamas. If they're subject to the institution's disciplinary authority, and if whatever the Title IX activity is or violation that occurs outside of the United States, if it contributes to a hostile environment within the program or activity that we run, then it would be under our jurisdiction under the new proposed rules. Okay, so whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. If Vegas was a foreign country, not so much anymore. Okay, if it happened in Vegas and it's now impacting our program or activity, or if it happens in the Bahamas or Montreal and it impacts our program or activity, we would have responsibility. Procedural obligations, there are numerous procedural obligations and changes in the notice of proposed rulemaking dealing with the duties of the Title IX coordinator, supportive measures and how and when they're provided and offered by whom, confidentiality, the non-discrimination policy, training requirements, informal resolutions. That's informal resolutions, one of the big ones. We're hoping and believe that the new regulations are going to allow for informal resolution without a formal grievance being filed, which would really shortchange a lot of the egregious process that has to take place now. General grievance procedures will likely be much more streamlined. There'll be notice requirements. Dismissal of complaints will be clarified and changed under what circumstances they can be dismissed. Investigations will be changed in terms of how they're conducted. Assessment of credibility, kind of a crapshoot in terms of, in my estimation, in terms of what changes are going to be made for assessing credibility. I don't think there are going to be very many changes on that. Sexual harassment grievance procedures are going to, we're going to have a lot of opportunities to make changes in those. Evaluation of evidence will probably not be changed that much. The hearings, appeals, and enforcement are likely to be changed significantly. We expect to have more flexibility in how we're going to be able to implement these regulations. There'll be continued protections for accused students, but probably not to the level as under the current regulations, and reduced barriers. Again, I don't believe there are any barriers right now, but reduced barriers for victims to file a complaint. So some final words here. The proposed new rules would broaden the scope of sex discrimination investigations under Title IX. They'll likely be less burdensome procedurally. Even if we don't have the same burdensome requirements, we should train our folks to document anyway, especially for notices, meetings, and other parts of the process. We're going to develop checklists when the new regulations come out for different phases of the process, depending on what you decide and the options that you have in board policies under the new regulations. If the rules allow for oral notice, for example, reporting or informal resolution, we're going to recommend documenting anyway. Notice of allegations, the rules are going to likely change on notice of allegations. For dismissals, written notice may no longer be required, but we're still going to recommend documenting that. Intake and complaint forms will likely be important. We'll have to investigate more types of complaints, not just sexual harassment. And we're going to have to investigate following verbal reports and document reports and decisions. The requirements for documentation are probably going to be less onerous than currently. So that's kind of where we are. I do want to mention one other thing. So when the department gets ready to come out with the publication of these rules, before they do that, there's one other agency that they've got to submit the rules to. And it's a federal agency that then distributes these rules to other federal agencies. And it says, they go to people in these different federal agencies and they say, please take a look at these new proposed rules from the Department of Education and determine whether or not they have any impact on anything you're doing. And if they do, let us know about it and comment on it. And that agency has up to 120 days from the time they get the transmission from the Department of Education to get back to the Department of Education with whatever feedback they get. And they can't take more than 120 days. They're very likely, because of the complexity of this, to take the full 120 days. So that's 4 months. So we're in February now. So if that happened today, we'd be looking at March, April, May, June before the department could publish in the Federal Register. And then there's a 60-day period between publication and implementation. So we're likely looking at the rules coming out soon for distribution to the other agencies for a June publication date and an August implementation date. That's probably the fast track or the fastest track we'd be on right now. And so the smart money isn't betting, but the money that's not as smart is betting on that time frame right now. But as we've seen, the department has blown past bunches of deadlines on these, and we don't know when we're actually going to get it. So that's where we are. Anybody have any questions?
Questions from the board? Seeing none? Thank you very, very much. Very,
Okay.
very,
And
gives us
I want to
something to
apologize.
think
for
about.
I want to apologize for putting you through that, and thank you for your attention.
Oh,
Well, I
I
do
thought it
think
was
we have-
fantastic.
We do have copies, I think, of the presentation, Rich,
Oh,
we can
yeah,
hand
I'm
out to the
sorry.
board.
I didn't realize that. There we go.
Perhaps just a 5-minute recess?
Oh,
Mr. Chairman?
please, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. We'll come back at, looks like 10:05.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're in recess.
I'll save one for David.
Thank you for Calling us back into session, our next item, we're going to be taking some board action on these items at the request of the superintendent. The award of the Ed Center HVAC replacement. Ms. Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll let Ms. Purvis walk us through this. This is actually one of the, maybe the first design build process that we've walked through as an administration, and been consulting with Mr. Schwartz and his firm on this work. And so they've recommended a two-part process of this approval. The first being approving the contractor who we've selected or recommend selection based on their qualifications for these types of projects, and then at our business meeting next week, approving the contract that will be worked out with our attorneys and the contractor. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Purvis to kind of walk us through that. And this is our approval of the RFQ for the contractor for design build HVAC at the Ed Center. Ms. Purvis?
Thank you. Good morning. A request for qualifications for design build teams was issued on October 20th, 2023 for the replacement of the HVAC systems at the Education Center on the Pinckney campus. Only 2 firms submitted proposals, so it was reissued on November 29th, 2023. 2 design build teams responded to that second issue of the RFQ. We had Brady Contractors and System Contractors. Selection factors included experience with design build projects in North Carolina and utilizing ESSER funding, experience in construction modification of K-12 buildings, past performance on similar projects, training and experience of the service provider, especially in school-related projects, the design builder's price for providing general condition of the contract, timely completion of projects within established budgets and time constraints, and any other relevant factors the Board of Education, superintendent, or evaluation team deemed relevant. Both Brady Contractor and System Contractors have completed work within our district, and after a review of both proposals, staff concluded the design, plan, timeline, and evidence of successful completion of similar work on other projects presented by Systems Contractors most aligned with the needs of the district. Systems Contractors has a terrific track record of producing reliable, high-quality work, and staff would recommend that we award the RFQ to Systems Contractors. Are there any questions?
Any questions from members of the board? To be clear, the Ed Center, just so the public is listening, the Ed Center is where?
The Ed Center's on the Pinckney campus. It's the older gym that was remodeled to include offices. It houses our curriculum folks.
Okay, I just thought that people might want to know where we're placing the EdVac.
Yes, sir.
The HVAC center.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of this contract?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by the vice chair. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Benway. Discussion? Okay, hearing none.
Just to be
Yes.
clear, this is not the approval of the contract. That will come at the next board meeting.
Correct. Once this RFQ
Okay.
is approved, we will work out final contract negotiations with Systems and bring that to you next week.
Okay, so
How many people work there?
Oh, Ms. Bruno, I don't know to be exactly, but there are 20-some, maybe more.
It houses curriculum and instruction. It houses English second language, our EC department,
CTE.
CTE folks.
Federal
Several
programs.
departments are housed there. We also have a couple meeting rooms there. We have our lead school nurse there, et cetera. We have a lot of different folks
Okay.
who are housed in that building. Yes, ma'am.
So to be clear, what we're approving, and tell me if I'm wrong, we're approving the request for quote, the RFQ. So we're saying that these are going to be our contractors, right?
Correct. You are
Okay.
yes, you are approving the RFQ, which will allow me to then go into negotiations with Systems Contractors to ensure that we get a contract and a price that we are good with, and then we can bring that forward to you.
Okay, all right. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
another question.
Yes.
Are these, the people that are working there, are they considered central office people?
Yes, ma'am. These
Okay.
folks, yep, like specialists and like I said, folks who support the work at the school. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. It appears to be unanimous. Is there any opposed? None? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Second, we have the second reading of the new and revised policies. Now, these, as I understand, are the policies that were carried over from the last meeting. But go ahead, Mr. Schwartz.
This is just the one policy.
Cut your mic on, Rich.
This is just the one policy, 7100, recruitment and selection of personnel. It's in, excuse me, it's in these materials. Charlie, can you scroll down to page 2? Stop. Where are you here? 7100. You the right policy? 7130. I'm sorry, 7130, excuse me. This is 7130 licensure.
Right there, Charlie.
Go to
See
page
the
2.
Red.
There you go, right there, stop,
Yeah.
okay. So at this particular provision of the policy, the question was, this is section B, as in Bravo 6, service members and their spouses relocating to North Carolina. This is consistent with State Board Policy LICN 001. And it's an exception to the State Board's licensing requirements dealing with military folks, military spouses or military service members who are under military orders, and it allows them, it doesn't give them a North Carolina license if they have a license in another state, it allows them to be treated in all respects as if they had a full North Carolina license for the time that they're serving in our school system, consistent with the military orders for themselves or their spouse. The problem with changing this to add school year, which is not in the State Board regulation, is it could potentially go beyond what the State Board regulation allows. So because this is an exception under the State Board regulation, we can't go beyond what the State Board regulation allows. Now, we did talk to General Counsel's office at DPI, and they see the possibility that without school year being in there, you could, for example, have somebody whose military orders expire on October 1, but they're going to be staying in North Carolina for the remainder of the school year.
Right.
Or have the ability to do that, in which case the exemption would no longer apply because the military orders would have expired, and that person who's teaching under this exception would then have to either get licensed in North Carolina, or we'd have to, pay them sub-pay, long-term sub-pay, if we could even still keep them on. So, because this is an exception allowed only by the State Board of Education, it's up to them whether they want to expand that to include the school year. But we can't do it on our own. So they're going to run that up the flagpole at DPI in response to our request or our question, and find out if the state wants to consider broadening that exception. But until and unless the state does, we wouldn't recommend changing this to include school year, and we'd recommend going along with the PLS version of this, which does not include school before year.
Well, maybe we've done a good job for the rest of the state. We'll have to see if the State Board of Education will follow our lead. But in the meantime, is there a motion to approve the policy without the word school year in there, or as it was originally proposed by the School Boards Association?
Well, this would be as approved by our policy
As a-
committee,
Right,
without
as
the word
ours.
school.
Correct, yes. Thank you for clarifying that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Do I have such a motion? Okay, that's one motion made. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Benway. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, any opposed? Okay, Mr. Hensley, did you vote?
I voted aye.
Okay, I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's unanimous. Okay, so that passes. Going down to.
I'm sorry, who made the motion on that?
Ms.
That
Caldwell.
was
And
Ms. Caldwell. Ms. Caldwell.
Mr. Benway seconded. Mr. Chair, we also need to take action on elimination and archival of policies. As you recall from last month's board meeting, we were needing to take separate motions to eliminate policies based on policies that had been approved, that took care of all those other policies. And we did pass a policy that took care of all these policies that we're recommending be eliminated and archived. And you can see those in A, B, C, D there based on the approval last month of policy 7100. So we just need a motion to do that and to archive those policies.
So those policies were superseded by the policies which we just passed, is that correct?
Well, by the policy 7100, which was passed in January. But
Okay.
we unfortunately did not take a formal motion to eliminate the policies that were covered by passing 7100 last January.
Okay,
So instead of having double, it's just eliminating the doubleness. of the
Correct.
Right,
policy.
And this came as a recommendation from committee.
this came from the policy committee, and it was on the agenda at the last meeting, but we skipped over it somehow.
okay, all right. So that's, as a recommendation from the committee, it does not require a second. So is there a discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, Mr. Hensley?
I'm going to abstain. I didn't quite follow that, so I'm just going to abstain.
Okay, all right, so that is, motion passes with one abstention. The abstention goes to the majority. It becomes unanimous. So it's, that's the ruling. It passes. Okay, next, we're done with that. Going down to reports and information. Foundations for the building, the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Ms. Edmonds is getting ready, just as a quick introduction, first want to thank our budget committee that met in January to preview some of the foundational information for building the next year budget. That we are, as the board's aware, we're really constantly in the budget development process, but this is the formal kind of kickoff to that process this spring. Each February, it's been our practice to myself and Ms. Edmonds to give you some foundational information, review a little bit of information about our budget, a little bit of information of how fixed costs and salary and benefit increases impact our budget, and then remind ourselves about how we're funding our budget this year and balancing our budget this year, and then some initial projections for next year's fiscal budget. This is kind of the kickoff to that. We then will have the opportunity, myself and Ms. Edmonds, to meet with you in small groups, answer questions, review more information, get feedback. And in March is when I will be presenting, along with Ms. Edmonds, the preliminary superintendent's proposed budget for 24-25. And then from that point, there's, of course, additional opportunity for feedback from our public and our staff until the board approves their budget in April. So with that, this is kind of the kickoff of that, some foundational information, and as always, greatly appreciate the hard work Ms. Edmonds puts into this. And so I'll turn it over to Tina to lead us through this information. Thank you, Tina.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
Ms. Evans, go ahead.
okay. Can we go to the next? Oh, was it me? Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the foundations for building our 24-25 budget for next year. Our, when we start looking at building our budget, we'll look at our last year's sources of revenue and revenue trends and last year's expenditures. We'll also look at the impact of fixed costs, our budget development process for next year for fiscal year '25, which will be looking at our charter school expenses, our impact of vacancies, our local funding formula projections for next year, and our fixed cost projections for fiscal year '25. And then finally, where do we go from here? This is just a reminder of our sources of revenue. You may hear me say Fund 1, Fund 2. Fund 1 is our state public school fund. Fund 2 is our local current expense. Fund 3 is federal. Fund 4 is our capital outlay. Fund 5 is child nutrition. And Fund 8 is restricted revenue. This is a look at last year's sources of revenue. As you can see, state does pick up the majority of our revenue from last year. Local is second. Then we have our federal. You will see restricted revenue is next, and then child nutrition, capital outlay, and finally you'll see something on here, child care. Now, child care, this was a change with the new auditors. Child care comes in, we put in our revenues and our expenses. So you do see that $984,000 of revenue. You would also, in that same year, see $984,000 of expenses, making it a zero cost to the district. This is a look at our 22-23 expenditures for all funds, and the majority of our expenditures are for our employees, and that includes our salaries and benefits. It's about 80%. Our next biggest expense for last year is our supplies and materials. Now, supplies and materials covers our computer software, fuel, which is gas and diesel, repairs, parts, materials, food purchases, non-capitalized equipment, which is computer and furniture and equipment. The next biggest expense is our purchase services, which includes contracted services, our utilities, waste management, telephone, and our insurances, such as liability, vehicle, and property. The next biggest expense would be our capital outlay, and this is different from Fund 4's capital outlay. This is actually an object code called capital outlay, and that covers our purchase of our land, buildings, maintenance of buildings such as HVAC, improvements to sites, capitalized equipment, computer, furniture, vehicles, and depreciation. And last, you'll see transfers at 2%, the majority of that being our charter schools. This is a breakdown of those same expenditures, but now by fund. So you can see with our salaries and our employer-provided benefits, state picks up the majority of those expenses. For our purchase services, you'll see local picks up the majority, and that is because the majority of those expenses are utilities. Our supplies and materials, local and state, they're very close to being the top. And then you look at capital outlay, you see federal for this particular year it was the most, covered the most. And that is due to our ESSER funds that are going away. Then you see lastly transfers, and that local piece is our charter schools, but there is the state required $45,000 child nutrition match. This is a look at our historical per pupil funding. This is a rank between the 115 school districts in North Carolina, and for 2022-23, we were ranked 107th in state, 105 in federal, 34 in local, with a total rank of 103 out of those 115 school districts. A look at our impact of fixed costs. We'll start with our impact of our mandated salary and benefit cost increases.
One second. Mr. Schwartz, weren't we ranked extremely high in terms of academic performance versus school funding? Isn't there a ranking there, or do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, there's something called the Roadmap of Need that's published by the Public School Forum of North Carolina, one of the things that they identify in their educational inputs and educational outputs, basically, and there are select indicators that go into those measurements, and I believe, if memory serves, North Carolina, Moore County was ranked number 11 in the state in terms of educational outputs in those rankings. And educational inputs are primarily, but not exclusively, funding measures. And for the educational inputs, that is what goes into the school system, North Carolina, Moore County was very close to the bottom of the state. I believe 98 out of 100 counties.
Right.
These rankings that are up on the chart here are based on school system, where there are 115 school systems. The forum's rankings are based on counties. There are 100 counties.
But we were number 11 in terms of what we'd call bang for buck. Am I
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
So in other words, regardless of where we rank in the all the LEAs, we're getting academic performance, which is number 11 in the state for the amount of money we put in. Am I correct?
Based on those measures that are used
Yes.
in that report.
Okay,
yes.
because one of the things is that it's not just, I want to point out, make sure the public knows, that it's not just the amount of money you put in, but it's the academic performance that you get for the money that you put in. And we're number 11, which is pretty good. So I just want to make sure the public understood that. Okay, thank you. Ms. Edmonds?
So now we'll take a look at the impact of fixed costs. We'll start with a look at our salary and benefit cost increases. In 2011-12 to 2022-23, there was a little over $20,000 increase in labor cost per full-time employee. The benefits of a look at those benefits, the increases just for retirement and hospitalization from 2021 to 2021-22 to 2023-24. Retirement increased by 2.13%, while hospitalization increased by $538 per person. Our charter school funding requirement, just a reminder, charter schools receive local revenues from the district in which each enrolled student resides. Per General Statute 115C 218.105C, the law states that local administrative units must pay charter schools the amount of per pupil local current expense appropriation for the current fiscal year. This is a look at our charter school students. In 2023-24, we had 1,433 charter school students. The line in blue represents Sandhills Theater Arts at 761 students. Academy of Moore is in orange at 339 students. Moore Montessori is at 220 students, and they're the black line. And in yellow, you will see that is other. Now, other does include, in this year only, it includes our 2 virtual charter schools that has 12 students, and the other years did not. We do have several other charter schools that are not really shown in here, but the names of those, we do have students in Uwharrie Charter Academy, Mena Charter, Ascend Leadership Academy, Tillery Charter Academy, Anderson Creek Charter, Central Carolina Academy, Capital Encore. And the 2 virtual charter schools are NC Cyber Academy and NC Virtual Academy.
Let me ask, do we pay for the students who are out of county when we pay the money for charter schools? In other words, Uwharrie is out of county, am I correct? Okay, but we have students at Uwharrie. Do we have to fund that Uwharrie school with our funds?
With the local piece, yes.
Okay, so it's by pupil, not necessarily by school.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Just
If they reside in the county of Moore, they get our local per pupil expenditure sent to them. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
This this chart represents the total County of Moore public school students. There's a total of 14,302 students. 12,869 are in Moore County in 2023-24, and the 1,433 are our charter schools in orange. So a look at our budget development. This is a list of our budget development calendar, and I'll go over the overview. I know Dr. Locklear just went over it briefly earlier, but we'll start with the blue in February. February 5th, we have today's budget update. We'll have some small group meetings with the board. We have our county work sessions, a presentation of the superintendent's budget, presentation of the Moore County Schools Board of Education budget to the county commissioners. Our county commissioners will adopt the 24-25 budget, and then we hope by October 15th we'll have approval of the final school budget by the state. And challenges that we have with our public school budgeting. So county funding projections are in May, but we may not know the actual amount until the end of June. Charter school enrollment numbers are projected in February, but it is September before we know the actual number. State raises, benefit increases, and state funding levels are typically projected in February. This year we do have a biennial budget, so we do have an estimate for our salaries. But we still may not know if there's actual changes until that state budget is approved, and it can be as late as November. So building the budget, starting with our continuation budget. Budget planning should start with a continuation budget. What will it take to remain as is and provide the same level of services to students and staff for next year? We will look at efficiencies and reductions along the way. Items in a continuation budget. We look at student changes for Moore County schools and charter schools using that same dollar per pupil as funded this year. We look at our utility rate projection impacts, our inflationary cost impact on non-salary purchases, our salary and benefit impact on current staff, and then projecting vacancy savings to potentially offset the use of fund balance. And this provides the basis of what is needed at a minimum for operations to continue the same as the current year. Now we'll look at the expansion budget. So this is the area where the board, the district, would have their additional priorities list. Make sure items are provided with realistic costs. Is this item a one-time expense or a reoccurring budget item? What is that staffing impact? What is the increase? Is there an increase in staff? How many? What is the cost, and et cetera. So now we'll take a look at our initial budget projections. And this is just a reminder of how costs are funded this year for 23-24. Our total budgeted expenses this year were $39,324,623. Our county appropriation, which includes our charter schools, is $36,551,623. Our fines and forfeitures plus interest were budgeted at $600,000, and our fund balance appropriated to balance the budget is $2,173,000. This is a reminder of how expansion items are covered this year in fiscal year 24. Our additional resources to support the Community Learning Center at Pinckney are funded by our Medicaid Reimbursement Fund 8. The one additional assistant principal at New Century Middle School is being funded from our general fund, Fund 2. Our school police salary increases are being funded out of Impact Aid, Fund 8. And the one IEP coordinator for the Exceptional Children's Master Teacher is being funded out of our Medicaid Reimbursement, Fund 8. And bus driver incentive pay is being funded out of our general fund, Fund 2. Charter school projections. For this year, our growth estimate is 160 students. Last year's actual growth was only 69 students. And our 5-year growth average has been 120 students. So for 2024-25, we are using the 110 student estimate, which is an average, and then the per pupil cost of $2,500, making our projected cost increase $275,000 for charter schools. This is a look at our estimated impact of vacancies. Just a few notes about these vacancies. We're looking at only state and local. This is not all the vacancies, but we are looking at just the vacancies that are 5 or more, like we did last year. Bus drivers, we have 20. At this point in time, we had 20. But as you can see, there's no savings because that comes from State 56, and there's no local savings derived from that. That money has to be spent, is very restricted, must be spent back on the transportation area. Custodians, we had 5.5. There's a $230,000 savings. Our teachers, there were 28.3 at this time. The savings is $1,676,000. The teacher assistants, we had 11. The savings is $487,000. Our total estimated savings for those positions for fiscal year 23-24 is $2,393,000. There are temporary solutions that we have for the vacancies, so there are expenses that go along having those vacancies. The biggest one being substitutes. Substitutes are estimated to cost $750,000. The extra duties are $155,000, and our teacher coverage, creative HR, is $150,000. There is overtime, but we were not able to actually capture it based on these particular positions. So the total cost that we're using is $1,055,000, making a net savings of $1,338,000. And this is an estimated one-time savings from vacancies, and efforts continue to fill these positions for this year and next. This is our local funding formula agreement with the county, and these are projected scenarios. For 2023-24, the budgeted property tax and sales tax is $97,884,734. Our funding formula at 38.5% is $37,685,623. If we increase the property and sales tax by 3%, it would generate a $1,130,569 increase in funding. A 4% increase would be $1,507,425, and a 5% increase would be $1,884,281. County Manager Wayne Best gave a conservative growth estimate and modeled out a 3% increase when talking about the new funding formula. So we will use the 3%, $1,130,569 in our estimates. This is our projected increases for fiscal year 25. We have fixed costs associated with projected state increases in salaries, retirement, and health insurance contribution rates. Salaries, because we have the biennial budget, we know they would be calculated at 3%. We are estimating an additional 1% in retirement and an additional $500 per person in health insurance contribution rates. For our local paid certified staff, they would get a step increase plus the 3% increase. That cost would be $350,000. Our local paid classified staff would have a step increase plus the 3%, which would be $365,000. Our state paid classified staff, the state would pick up the 3%, but because in Moore County we do have a classified pay scale that employees do move up every year, we would be responsible for that step increase for those state paid classified staff members. That cost would be $210,000. And then we have vacancies. Vacancies are calculated at 3% and included in the cost to allow for state increases in salary and benefits. We are also adding 4 new SRO positions into our budget, being optimistic that we will be able to hire all 4 in this next year's budget cycle. That cost would be $350,000, making our total cost for salaries and benefits $1,275,000. Our local supplement step increases for certified staff, that's teachers, assistant principals, principals, and instructional support, is $300,000. All other projected fixed cost increases are based off of 22-23's total expenses, and we did allow for a 5% inflation. That total is $350,000, and then our projected charter school growth based on 5 years, the 5-year average, we're using $275,000, making our total fixed cost $2,200,000. Using the county appropriation funding formula of 3% of $1,130,569, we would need our projected fund balance appropriation to balance our budget would be $1,069,431. And this is a projected fund balance appropriation. Our fund balance as of June 30th, 2023 was $4,882,341. We had a fund balance that was assigned for inventories. This is fuel, it's an auditor entry, of $487,133. And we had fund balance appropriation for 23-24 of $2,173,000, making our unassigned fund balance $2,222,208. Now, our balance sheet as of January 1st, 2024 shows a net gain of $2,798,106. Our projected revenues through the end of the year, June 2024, we're estimating $16,013,120, and our projected expenses through the year would be $17,936,204, making our projected fund balance gain $875,000. When you look at what our projected fund balance is by the end of the year, you would take your projected unused fund balance that was assigned for this year of $2,173,000, add in your unassigned fund balance above the $2 million floor of $2,222,208, then use your projected fund balance gain of $875,000, making our total projected fund balance by June 30th $5,270,230. When you take out the fund balance, the $2 million floor of when you take out the $2 million floor, and then you also take out the projected fund balance appropriation for 24-25 of $1,069,431, this would leave $2,200,799 projected fund balance above that $2 million floor.
That $2,200,000 is at the end of, projected at the end of 24, at the end of, I guess we're 24, 25. So that would be 23, 24.
It's
Okay.
based on what we're currently projecting would be needed to assign to balance the budget for fixed costs for the 24-25 budget. So that would be above projected fund balance that would be available above the $2 million floor after balancing our budget for the 24-25 year budget.
Okay, all right.
Dr. Locklear, will this be presented to the commissioners?
It will be. Once we go through the process and you as a board approved your preliminary budget in April. Currently, we're scheduled to present our budget to the commissioners in May, which is a little different process this year with the funding formula agreement. We will know what we're receiving based on their projections, I would think, by that point. So we would know what that budget's going to be, but yes, we will be presenting it.
Okay, but this won't be included in our February meeting with them?
The February meeting, we've been asked to present information on major capital needs,
Okay,
and that's the topic that Jenny, Ms. Purvis, and myself are preparing to
okay.
present.
Will we hear that before you
We briefed it to the construction committee last week, and got
Okay.
feedback on it. Ms. Purvis and myself plan to send that presentation to the board later this week, so you'll have it ahead of time. You'll see
Okay,
it before
very
we
good.
present it to the commissioners. Yes, ma'am.
Further questions? Discussion? Yes, please. Go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
I think this is for Ms. Edmonds. On one of your slides, you had different scenarios for the local budget, local funding increase. You had 3%, 4%, and 5% forecast. Where did you get those forecast percentages?
So, we did receive.
I'm sorry, is your microphone on? It's difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yes, so we did receive, County Manager Wayne Vest had modeled out at 3%, a conservative 3% increase, and then we just added 1% each time, just modeling out the what-if scenarios.
Okay. On the charter school expenses of $275,000, does that take into account the, well, let me ask it this way. The $275,000 that we list as an expense for charter school growth, does that take into account the services that we don't have to deliver or the teachers that we don't have to hire?
It's based off of our current teachers. So this is modeling out the new, just the changes in charter schools each year. I don't know that I understand.
Right, I
your
understand
question.
that, but it's X number of students that we expect to go to charter schools, so that's less revenue that we receive. But, if, let's say 150 students go to a charter schools, that's fewer teachers we have to hire and less consumables we have to buy. So is that taken into account? There's a revenue side and there's an expense side.
I may be able to respond. Mr. Hensley, at this point, what we've seen is that we've seen moderate growth in our own school district, or at least flat. And so that means we haven't had a reduction in cost as of yet. We've just seen increased costs because of the growth in our county. It's stayed where we've gotten moderate growth or flat, and the charter schools have continued to grow. So that's why we haven't seen necessarily a reduction in our own costs.
Right. But my question is if I'm going to choose a number, if 100 students go over to charter schools, and we take that, the revenue for those 100 students going over to charter schools, if we take that revenue off our balance sheet, then there was also expenses related to educating those students. Are we also taking that off, or are we just taking the revenue off and acting like there's no decrease in expenses? Because there's clearly decrease in expenses for those students because we're not delivering any services.
Great question. We don't project those increases. For example, we're not projecting those increases in our budget and then you're not taking that off. That's a great question. So that's not being projected in our own budget. So it's balancing out.
Okay. And then on this slide right here, I'm just now seeing it, the 3%, 4%, 5% increase. I would caution the board, I'm going back to my first question. I would caution the board that the stated goal of our county commissioners, which I support, is to offer property tax relief for our citizens. And I believe their goal is to minimize the amount of net increase in revenue. And everybody thinks, I heard people say this when the current funding formula was being discussed, is that I'm betting on Moore County. I'm betting on, property values going up, and I'm betting on sales tax revenue going up. And those very well may happen. But at the same time, there's three things. There's there's an increase in sales tax, okay, there's new construction, which drives up property tax revenue, but I believe you're gonna find that the county commissioners, rather than just take that increase and, blow the money on stuff, I think you're gonna find that the county commissioners are gonna cut the property tax rate for existing properties. So, if they're targeting 3%, there's not gonna be a 4 or 5% increase. There may not even be a 3% increase. They may make it completely zero. So that's the problem of a formula based upon revenue, because they can 100% control that revenue, and a conservative county commissioners would do that to offer property tax relief for existing citizens. I'm just offering up that I wouldn't get too optimistic in spite of seeing all the new construction. I wouldn't get optimistic that there's going to be a big increase in a pot of money, because I believe they're going to cut property taxes for existing citizens. And that's always been the risk with a formula based or a formula based upon tax revenue. Anyway, and here's my last question, and this one's for the superintendent. I see that there's 2x2 meetings scheduled for twice with board members, and my question is, I'm not a believer in 2x2 meetings. How are 2x2 meetings both efficient and transparent? It would seem like it would be much more efficient and much more transparent to just have a meeting of the entire board, go over it at once, and then everyone can ask questions interactively, and the public can see what's being told and what questions are being asked. It seems awful inefficient to have 2x2 meetings. So what's the justification of 2x2 meetings?
My justification has always been it has enabled us to do some diving deeper into the weeds of how our state budget works, and to have the board in small groups being able to have open discussion around questions that they may have from what we presented today, feedback or avocation for potential, what would it cost if we added this item to the budget, and have some open conversation about that. I've always found that very, of course, this is only kind of going into my third cycle as superintendent, but I have found that helpful in the last 2 budget cycles, to be able to do that. Then that's exhibited in the budget that I present in open session in March. And then kind of that same process, the second group of small group meetings, I found it was helpful for Tina and I to be able to say, okay, here's all the feedback we got from the public based on the survey, the portal, the online portal. Here's kind of where we are at this point based on the most updated information from the county and state, and just have some open dialogue and discussion as we prepare for the revised superintendent's budget in April. So I have found that to be a helpful process, but of course always respect the desire of the board, but I found it so far to be helpful to me as superintendent to be able to have that kind of dialogue.
Well, just listen to that answer. It seems to me that the only advantage would be is if someone's too timid to ask questions in public, but all of that could easily be handled in one meeting or 2 different meetings, 2 different public meetings. You're going to use 3 times. You're going to use 3 times the amount of your time, so it's much less efficient, and there's zero transparency. And I just don't understand why these questions. I don't understand why this deep dive has to happen in private, and I certainly don't understand why board questions would have to happen in private. I mean, that's why we have open meetings, and that's why we, believe in transparency.
Well, we understand your opinion on it. To the extent that the superintendent feels that they're productive, we'll continue to do it, but we'll always have these open meetings so that we can air anything you want to air. But so long as it's productive for the superintendent, and the superintendent desires it, I think it's probably a good idea. But we'll see. At any rate, anything further?
Yes, could I say something?
Yes.
Well,
Go ahead.
So I guess, could I attend all three two by two sessions?
Certainly, so long as there's not a quorum.
Yep, okay, all right, thank you.
Sure. By the way, that's always open to anyone, so. At any rate, anything further?
Yes.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I really have to agree with David. The county commissioners, from speaking with them, they really are interested in cutting the property tax rate again. So we just have to be careful.
Further, one of the things that, so if there's nothing further, just let me add. It's clear that the county commissioners may cut the property tax rate. I've talked to one of the county commissioners and said he might do that. The good thing about the funding formula is that we go along with the rest of the county, so that we're 38.5% of the county. If the other departments are affected, we're affected too. The good part is that the sales tax is not going to be cut. As a matter of fact, the sales tax will always increase with inflation. Okay, and I keep pointing out to the new sales tax revenue sources, such as BJ's, which is coming into Southern Pines, such as Target, which is coming into Southern Pines, and these mean more money for us. Clearly, I support the county commissioners in trying to keep property taxes low, and I'm sure they will. I think we also need to take a look a little later on and see what our real numbers are as we get closer to Mr. Vest projecting exactly what those revenues are going to be. Because we get a percentage of what is called budgeted sales tax and property tax, not the actual sales tax and property tax after we figure it out, okay? So that budgeted amount will come fairly soon. My hope is that when we look at that, we may find some additional funds. If we find some additional funds, I will hope that we will think about the following. And that is, I have been talking to librarians in our school system. And the librarians for some schools get a lot of money. They primarily are more well-off schools because they have book fairs and the like. Our less well-off schools don't get a lot of money. And we have to think about, which depends right now upon revenues. We're going to have to look at that. We're going to have to think about giving a certain stipend to each resource center, each library, for the purchase of new books and new materials, so as to make sure, especially our less well-off schools, our Title I schools, and our schools which may not be Title I but may not raise a lot of money through book fairs, that they get a sufficient revenue to make sure that they have new books and that are helping out their students. I've talked to some librarians, and they just feel that they don't get enough funding in that regard. And if we're thinking about making sure that students read their 4 books a year and that they get access to physical books, we're going to have to take a look at our funding of our libraries and not just fund them as each library is funded differentially, depending on the schools and depending on the principals. We're going to have to look at funding some modicum amount of money. I don't know what that revenue is going to be, but from the central office. Just something to think about if we find that we have some money at the end of the year or in this budget. There may be other items which other members of the board may consider. And I hope that the board will think about, hopefully we'll be optimistic and we'll get more revenue that we can do these small things with. For instance, $5,000 to each library would only be $150,000. It's a lot of money, no question about that. Okay, but it is not a massive amount of money. So, just a thought, something to be thinking about, and something to be thinking about so the support of our resource center and our libraries and our librarians. Yes. Oh, is she not? No. I apologize.
Oh, I thought you were done too.
Okay. I thoroughly apologize.
Well, I was finishing it up. She was going to hand it off to me, and I think we've discussed the things to consider. Noting that we're working off a biennial budget that was approved by the legislature, became law in October. That's what we're basing our costing on. But the short session does come back in April of the General Assembly. There could be some tweaks and changes there after you approve your budget. We have to be mindful of that. And again, working in the cost into our fixed costs of adding the additional school police officers. That's an optimistic projection of hiring 4. We only got 1 additional this past year. So we're working towards hiring more. Just wanting you to, like Mr. Levy noted, to be reflecting on what you've heard today. We appreciate your reflection on that, and then feedback and questions that you have for Tina or myself, as well as any items that you may reflect on around an expansion priority that you might want to advocate for or at least discuss as we move forward. So, the next opportunity at this point would be some small group meetings going into the preliminary budget that we presented in March. So appreciate your work and your feedback.
David,
Mr. Hensley, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just have one follow-up to something that the chair said, and I brought this up. The chair, every time we discuss this, he talks about the increase in sales tax. And, he mentioned, I guess, a BJ's coming in and the Target. And every time I make this response, and I even made this response earlier today preemptively, and I just want everyone on the board to understand, you bet there's going to be an increase in sales tax. And let's say sales tax goes up $5 million, okay? Well, that $5 million increase from the county view just goes in the general fund, and the county commissioners will look at that $5 million increase in sales tax and say, we could decrease property taxes $5 million. So an increase in sales tax does not equal a growth in county revenue, because the county commissioners can and will use that to offer property tax relief to our citizens. I guarantee you they're going to do that. So you cannot say, look at that Target, look at that BJ's, we're going to have more funding for our schools, because that's just not true. That funding can be offset by property tax relief. Anyway, I just bring that up. My guess is, Ms. Edmonds, is that if Wayne Vest gave you guidance of a 3% growth, my guess is when all the dust settles, there's going to be exactly 3% growth, because they can 100% control that number through property tax relief, and I applaud them for doing that. I just want to make sure everybody has realistic expectations.
I think we all have realistic expectations. We're going to have to see what the county commissioners do and what our numbers really are. I do prefer to be optimistic that we can provide for additional resources if we can, hopefully. If we cannot, then then we'll deal with that too. But I hope the board will be thinking of how we can enhance education in Moore County. Sometimes that costs money, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we can save money from certain places and put it in others. So that's something to look at as well. But anything else? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Just to revisit a stray thought, you were talking about the school, the purchase of books, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, I was.
I submitted a request to get a flow chart of our book process made up. Where does that stand right now?
It's something the team's putting together, and I think working with our media specialists to put together. I think we had hoped to have it done by the end of January, but hadn't been able to get it quite done yet. But it's in process, and
All right.
once it is established, it'll be something that'll be publicly available, something we'll share with the whole board. It's a good idea to kind of have a flow chart, if you will, of how that process works. And because of that, I asked Mike and the team to work on that. But we'll be sharing that out with the board as soon as we're able.
Hopefully, we'll have this by the next board meeting.
Quite possible. I would think so. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know you shared that right at the end of the year, right at the beginning of the year. So, appreciate that. Thought it was a good idea, and
Right.
so we're working on it.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
At any rate, that's, I think that's a really good thing because it's more important, maybe more important, but it's certainly just as important to find out what goes into our educational materials as opposed to finding something that's gone in there and trying to get it out. So it's very, very important to get it on the front end. I know the superintendent, we've revised our policies in that regard, so that's very, very helpful. So I know the superintendent is in favor of that as well.
Could I
Okay.
say, Bob, could I say
Yes,
something?
yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if there's a policy on this or not, but I have been in several of the schools at the end of the school year, and the libraries are putting books out for the kids to just take home, to do anything with. Well, if we have schools with less books, why can't we transfer those books to the schools that need them instead of just, okay, everybody take them?
Oh, I don't know.
But I
That's-
don't know, is there a policy on that?
There's a process and practice and a regulation of how our media centers go through their selections and call their selections might be out of date, may no longer be in good use, et cetera. So that's part of that process and flow chart that we're talking about. I don't believe there's a formal process and saying, we've got 25 copies of this book we don't need. Is there another media center? But I think it's probably an informal process that may happen.
But are we doing that?
I'm sure that happens from time to time. I don't think it happens in any formal way. No, ma'am.
It just seemed like a tremendous waste to me.
Mhm.
I mean, there were boxes.
Right. Sometimes, you have some donations from the community. You're sending books home with kids over the summer to encourage summer reading. There's all that sorts of thing that happens. But it's great. It's a great question, great observation. We can try to get a little more detail around how we do that at the end of the year
Okay,
and share it with the board.
good.
Yes, ma'am.
Further? Okay, let's move on. We've got a presentation by Mr. Benway, Year of Discovery.
Thank you, Tina.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Edmonds, appreciate it. Now, just so that the public understands, this is a presentation that Mr. Benway wants to make to the board. When we get these presentations, they're not necessarily the opinion of the board, but we do get a chance to learn from, for instance, I know that Mr. Benway has done a lot of research into this, and it will certainly help us in the future. So we appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna, oh, great. Lavalier, huh? Great, thank you very much. I'm gonna ask the board to permit me to walk around here and do a little flashing with the beam here a bit. Let me preface all of this by saying, when I first was elected to the board, I started figuring out what my emphasis was going to be over the course of 4 years. And the first thing that came to mind was the special operations imperative, number one, understand the operational environment. So devoted the first year really to try to understand what happens, especially down where the rubber meets the road, down in the schools at principal level and teacher level. Myself and Pauline have pursued that effort over the course of the last year. We visited all of the brick and mortar schools, and we just visited the Blend Ed last week with Mr. Swafford. Very, very interesting. Holds all kinds of potential, that effort, to the need for construction down the road when you think about it. But anyway, we'll talk about those things a little bit later. These are the, Charlotte, is that red button there? There it is. You know, these are the areas I want to touch on today. The problem statement, where we've been and how we got here, where we stand, strategic choices, and some key points at the very end. Understand that I'm probably going to rain on some parades here. Please don't take it personally. This is really the idea of this whole thing, is to open conversation amongst us on some key issues that we really have to grapple with. And perhaps this is the start to opening that conversation. Okay, starting a multifaceted problem statement. From my perspective, again, Moore County schools must adapt to the teaching and learning demands of the next 10 years. And I refer to a Menlo Park South construct. It's a metaphor, if you will, of what Moore County might look like 10 years down the road, based on the efforts of Moore County schools specifically. Menlo Park is a place in New Jersey, actually, where Thomas Edison set up his laboratories back in the 1880s. And over the course of the next 20 years, that place became a magnet for all kinds of intellect, ideas, skills, knowledge, people who were really expert at leveraging what Edison was creating there. And he created a whole numerous brand new businesses in that place. So Menlo Park is kind of the metaphor for what we might become. Right now, there is no vision at Moore County level as what we're going to be in 10 years, although there are an awful lot of things pushing us in whatever direction we maybe want or maybe don't want. Okay. As I see it, Moore County Schools is hostage to a 20-year General Assembly, SBOE, and DPI failed vision, leadership, and business model. And I'll show you how that plays out and how I arrive at those positions. We are experts at remediation. We've just gone through a giant Herculean effort to remedy the shortfalls generated mainly by the COVID experience. But the remediation is not a strategy. However, optimizing teaching to maximize learning is a strategy. I'm not rejecting remediation, believe me. Moore County is equipped to take charge of its ways and means of teaching and learning. Moore County has all of the assets internally to do what we're doing now, only much better. We need a purpose-built Moore County way, if you will, of teaching and learning here in Moore County. We compare ourselves to other schools or other districts in Moore County, in North Carolina, and that's kind of irrelevant to me what other counties are doing. North Carolina occupies the 43rd position in the United States, the lowest quintile of performance across the nation. We need to fix that internally. We can't live with that sort of thing. Although we're 11th in the state, we need to purpose build our own destiny and purpose build our own successes. Also, by the way, we have the opportunity in the process. Right now, we've got the folks with the pinnacle of their careers. They're at the very top. What can people do to you? Here's an opportunity to really be brave and really help our students. Moore County is the crucible by which, MCS is the crucible by which Moore County will prosper in a new industrial environment that will shape, or that we will be shaped by, in 2034. We have two choices. We need to pick one of those. And finally, more counties must mature a strategic vision to account for enhanced teaching and learning demanded by Menlo Park South. Menlo Park South, if I wanted to replace a DPI to overwatch Menlo Park South, it will be Mike Rowe and Mike Rowe's approach to enhancing the skills, the manufacturing capability, and giving students another opportunity to excel as well along that line. We have a CTE program here that's probably non-Pareto. We've got the best one in the state, I would say, if one make comparison. So those are the sorts of things we're looking at as we go along. How we got here. Over the past 20 years, down to the point where we hit the COVID experience, we've experienced a decline in performance, North Carolina-wide. Along that 20-year path, we've seen a couple of points where, oops, we're going to cover our tracks a little bit and move the goalposts, if you will. So here in 2022, we've experienced the COVID learning deficit, and now we've got to come back. Unfortunately, over a 2-year period, DPI did very little to prepare us for a real comeback from COVID. At the 6-month point, they had done nothing in the shutdowns. They could have really cranked up and I think done a much better job at helping us out to get back to where we ought to be. Okay, there's those are the goalpost moves I referred to, where today a D for a school rating is 55 to 69, and an F is 40 to 54. That's a tough move, tough one to swallow on the part of the student, the parent, and the taxpayer. So in essence, we've, over a 20-year period, institutionalized academic decline in North Carolina, putting us at 43 of 50 states. In the course of those 20 years, Moore County has generated through the school system $2 billion, only to support a 20-year decline. We tend to pick at scabs. We never quite go to the source of the problem and look at a long-term remedy. I'm a systems integration guy. In my world, the entire world is built around systems that either mesh or don't mesh, or systems that exist and or probably ought not to exist. So in the COVID-19 experience, we took a 2-year learning and discipline holiday, essentially. The previous board was fundamentally immobile during that period, and DPI, as I said, kind of ignored the learning deficit. Goalposts moved, as I described, and we come out in 2022 with 2 F schools. We go to general quarters, which is appropriate. We need to do something about that. So here we are. Go there. Then we embark on a remedial effort that was really Herculean. Pauline and I were lucky enough to be visiting the schools in the midst of this mitigation, of this remedial effort, and it was just amazing the effort was being put in. You've got some rock star principals and teachers who bought into their approach to doing remedies for this problem. So it became the MCS way. And at the end, we came back to where we were, pretty much where we were when we hit the COVID shutdowns. New superintendent and board. We visited the schools. And the effort was to understand how we teach and learn in MSC. Remediation. Sorry, I missed these points. As we went through the schools, it was kind of a process of elimination, trying to determine what was working, eliminating what was working, was not working. And it got right down to the point where at school level, things are going pretty well. We've got the leadership necessary to do what we need to do. And we began seeing the systemic problems that were coming about. One thing that really pulled things together was our visit to Carthage Elementary School last year. Walking the campus, the principal, Miss Warren, we were chatting and saying, Miss Warren, what does it take to really excel as an elementary school? And she immediately said consistency and continuity. Those two things pull together all of the conditions that we need to create for me, what I've seen over the course of the previous year. So hold on to that continuity and consistency piece. And the idea of the strategic elementary school was pretty much born at that point. If you look at the critical paths needed to achieve success in the K through 12 environment, clearly the elementary school is the first place that will either close the doors or open doors to the future. Elementary school, in my view, has to become bomb-proof. And we can do that, I believe, if we create conditions that foster continuity and consistency and focus on these kids. One of the ways of doing that, I'll get to that later. Another component of this whole thing, as we move through, we begin to see how they're running the PLCs at the different schools, the remedial aspect. And we've ran across several schools that were really top-notch at this. In effect, no student could go a week without having been given a look-see, where they are in terms of their academic standing. Green, amber, and red were the descriptions assigned to each of these students up on the wall. All the red kids got task force of teachers investigated what the problems were, developed a tailored response to how they were going to remedy this problem, and it was employed. This is a phenomenal approach to remediation. But at the same time, what you find out in this process of remediation, you identify where maybe things could have been done better up front in the due course aspect of teaching. So this remediation had great effect, has potential for great effect on how we approach teaching to begin with. Learning teams, and those were the qualities that we saw in the professional learning team arena. Best practices were now identified. Each child tracked and assessed, and I said green, amber, red status. Teacher task forces and team teaching until that kid is green or out of the danger zone anyway. And another added feature, some of these kids in the bigger schools especially, it's easy to hide or get lost in the shuffle. That's not possible with this PLT process. You can't hide. Breaking out the tasks as we saw them, or I saw them. Task number 1 is synthesized to the point where we optimize teaching to maximize learning. Once you start unpacking that gets much more involved in how to get there. But that's the focus, in my mind, of where we need to be. Remediation is certainly good. Optimized teaching is best. Elementary to middle school transitions are really challenging events, and we really need to work on that reception, if you will, at middle school level coming out of elementary school. That's a real tough dislocation for kids 10 years old, moving out of a known environment into an unknown environment, traveling on a different bus, etc. All those things that go into making the 10th year kind of confusing when you move them around like that. Student dress, and especially in middle school. I think there's enough of a distraction there that I think it generates a prurient atmosphere in the classroom at times. I know we've got school codes of conduct, school dress codes, et cetera, but those are enforced in kind of a spotty fashion. It detracts from teaching. A teacher now has to go have a person dress out of a closet with spare clothes to attend class. We need to really take a hard look at our dress codes. And I know we've talked about sort of poo-pooing the idea of uniforms. Down the road, I think people could be made to understand the great benefits of that sort of thing and how it improves and elevates learning in the classroom. I was kind of taken aback by a D average for sports team eligibility. I'd like to know how we got there, and is that a good thing? Somebody needs to explain that to me. And I would like to revisit that after we finish this discussion, after this presentation. Parent involvement. That's a across-the-board teacher complaint, concern, and it's just exists. We got to understand that it doesn't exist. It's not missing someplace. There's something called a Spanish or Hispanic Academy. Somebody give me the last part.
Might be speaking of Hispanic family.
Hispanic family program. Title I, I think, is under, or one of the titles anyway.
One of the titles, yes, sir.
Anyway, once a month for a couple of hours, the Hispanic families come together and they practice game techniques, if you will, gaming techniques, to reinforce classroom learning. The first time we attended was the day after we were elected, in fact, up at West End. They were reinforcing English comprehension. The kids got off the one side, got instruction on how to play the game. Parents over here got instruction on how to administer the game. They came together for practical exercise. And I'm sitting there and I see a parent, a student, and a teacher getting together, working together to enhance learning for about 2 hours in the aggregate once a month. That doesn't happen anyplace else in the system, to my knowledge. That's a great template to begin getting parents involved. The other aspect of this thing in general terms is, let's face it, at elementary school level especially, mom is the family. Mom represents the family to the school. We need to reinforce that whole notion of what I call the strategic mom, because that mom, teacher, student triad of learning can be greatly enhanced by bringing mom into the picture more. If we can increase involvement of mothers across the board by 20%, I think we will be way ahead of the game and could gain it tremendously. Social emotional learning. It's something that bugs me. Social emotional learning came up out of the clear blue in the midst of trying to come back from COVID. They mandated it from General Assembly level that we institute SEL, social emotional learning, K through 12. Social emotional learning posits that we can shape, if you will, a student's emotions over the course of 13 years. Anything that tries to shape, especially coming from a government, anything that tries to shape the emotions of my child over 13 years has got the danger signs flashing for me. That's too much exposure to a poorly defined concept that can be adapted to any way that government or the times see fit. Wake County and over in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, SEL is the fig leaf for CRT and for the other oddball approaches that the left wants to perpetrate. So we need to really take a hard look at the function of SEL. Does it, in fact, add to the learning process, and how do we control and monitor it? Okay, I'll leave that there. Okay. Having come back and remedied a great deal of problems in the past year, in the year 22, 23, now we're kind of at a choice. The bottom choice is, do we want to continue along that declining path to what will eventually become academic irrelevance? And will we hit Potterville? And I'm just looking at an arbitrary 2034 timeline. Or do we want to take a different path, a Moore County way path, Moore County Schools way path, and optimize teaching to maximize learning, to take greatest advantage of the CTE potential that's being offered us? We've got an early college opportunity here that we're beginning to work on. And the question is Moore County academic performance going to be up to operating in the CT environment at that level? Menlo Park level, where we have an incubator of entrepreneurship and is going to be very demanding of talent. And I think we can do it if we put our minds to it and commit to it. Let me talk just a little about the budget here along this timeline. The budget is based on a line item budgeting approach. Now, line item budgeting retains the greatest control up at state level and gives very little control down to the districts. Line item budgeting, if you're a Craftsman Corporation and you want to generate 100,000 screwdrivers every day, line item budgeting is a way to go. Little thinking required down there on the production line. But when you have an enterprise that is a multidisciplinary enterprise, probably the biggest enterprise in Moore County, by some measure, we need a budgeting and resourcing formula that puts the control closer down to the districts. We need a purpose-built budget that has objectives, performance-wide, student performance objectives, and institutional objectives as well. We come up with our requirements, submit them up, here's the budget we need, and we get the budget. Or not. Depends how well we can convince people that we can do what we're telling them we're going to do. I've distributed a paper that summarizes, gives a thumbnail of all of the types of different budgeting approaches that schools use across America. I think it's worth taking a look at and examining how these different budgeting approaches might benefit us. Right now, our budgeting approach essentially uses teachers and teaching as a commodity. The General Assembly gets together in a darkened room, and inside a black box, they throw a bunch of chicken entrails and agendas and come up with a dollar figure for what it costs to have a teacher for an hour. So essentially, they've turned a teacher and teaching into a commodity unrelated to performance. There's no linkage between that budget and expectations of performance. And to highlight that, we just had, 2 months ago, we had the auditors come in and do an examination of our budget process. Glowing reports. It was just superb. I was expecting to get a gold star pasted on my forehead at any moment. But then I asked the question, is it possible to maybe, through economies, to maybe save some of that money and move it to next year to apply to against priorities? Nope. You got to spend every single penny. You're forced to spend every single penny, or you get a black mark against your name. So I think our budgeting process over the course of 20 years demonstrates a bit of madness. You've guaranteed nothing to change, basically, institutionally. And by the way, that decline there, that represents not the elite kids in Moore County or across North Carolina. It represents the middle class and lower middle class kids. They're the ones who are taking it in the head based on that madness perpetrated by the General Assembly and DPI and the State Board of Education. So Moore County needs, and all the counties, need to be able to shape their destinies, because we're not doing it now. We're riding to that madness right there. Some key points. Choices today define the outcomes in 2034. Moore County Schools is catalyst to Menlo Park South, the achievement of success in Moore County. We're hostage to a failed General Assembly and State Board of Education leadership and primitive management approach. We have to escape that. Right now, we're on autopilot to academic irrelevancy. It impacts the middle and lower middle class students most. As I said before, remediation, which is excellent, top-notch, probably the best in the state, has got to give way to institutionalizing conditions that optimize teaching and maximize learning. And part of that is a strategic elementary school. As I said before, reception by middle schools of kids coming out of the elementary schools must be seamless. But it also talks to the great power of the community school too. So we haven't forgotten that one. We need to elevate our campus culture. The environment for teaching can be enhanced. We're sort of going with the flow of the current culture. We ought to be a notch above that. And there are many ways to do that. Many painless ways, by the way. Moore County must take charge of its educational destiny. And next time I want to talk to the strategic elementary school, talk about what that's about. But one bullet that I missed down below is that Moore County in North Carolina does not have a champion for K through 12 teaching and learning at General Assembly level. We've got to recruit some folks who are willing to carry our message and change things for the better. Budget being one of them. I'm open to questions.
Mr. Benway,
Yes.
if I could give you a standing ovation, I would. Because you know what? You told it like it is. You praised everybody, you praised this school, but you also said our problems with the DPI. I mean, I just can't believe they move goalposts just to save face. I'm appalled at that. The General Assembly and the State Board of Education have totally let our children down. And it's obvious with the decline. Our principals and our teachers, all of them that we have seen, and we have just about visited everywhere,
Yep.
They are total rock stars. They are in it to improve. They know what they're doing. They love these kids. I think our teachers are phenomenal.
Let me just add to that. I think they're, in spite of the system that's geared against them, they're doing
Exactly.
a great job. They really are.
They really are. D-average for sports teams, that needs to be addressed. And I really agree with the transition from elementary to middle school. That's why I really like our K through 8 schools. I think that the families get to know the teachers and the teachers get to know the community.
High Falls and West End.
Exactly.
Or
I think
Westmore.
that's a phenomenal thing. Hispanic Family Night is one of the best things that our schools do. It is wonderful to see. It is such a great unity thing. Lots to learn from them. I agree with you on the social emotional learning. I think that's a great concern. And I really liked what you said about the campus culture must be elevated. And I know people don't want uniforms, but I think we really, really need to push for whatever dress code we have, that needs to be pushed. Because you know what? When you are neat, you don't have to be dressed up, but when you're neat, you sit up straighter, you listen better, your table manners are better, you become a different person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. it does.
Okay.
Although you're still putting the burden on the teacher to make corrections when they ought to be teaching. Oh, anyway,
Okay, but I think that
We'll
our
argue that.
problem is we're not making that clear, really clear at the beginning of the year. Like, this is not going to be tolerated.
the strategic elementary school is a great place to start
Exactly.
this.
You train kids what's expected of them, and it'll carry through.
That is so key. I forgot to mention, the elementary school environment fosters that deep foundation in good order and discipline, in rules following. We've seen it demonstrated time and time again. The first one I saw was Vast Lakeview. I was just amazed at how much control they had over productive things the kids did.
Okay, but I thought I hope you're doing it next Monday.
I want to go ahead and trim it back a little bit, but yes, my
I don't
intent.
think you should turn it back.
It's
I
my
thought it was
intent.
perfect. I loved it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd echo what Ms. Bruno said. You're right on target, I believe. One thing I think that we need to capitalize on is our teachers. And you've already said it, by optimizing their teaching time. And this past Friday, was it, sir, we had our recruitment and retention meeting. I had one of our teachers approach me afterwards and just want to know how they can get more involved in the board and us to hear feedback that they have. And I want to encourage them to do so, that you have a board in front of you who wants to hear from you. We want to help you. We want to listen to areas that we can make better decisions for you so that your teaching time is optimized. A lot of the training, which a lot of it is very, very good and they need it, but some of it is just an absolute waste of time. Some of it's mandated and outside of our control. But again, at the state level, if we can make big changes there, if we have a champion who sees all the time that we waste, we're requiring our teachers to waste, it's bigger than us, but we can start here at the ground level and
Yeah,
get it.
that's right.
get
We
it
create
taken care of.
the requirements.
Absolutely. So encouraging our teachers, we want to hear from you. We want to know what we're doing that harms you and what we're doing that helps you. We need to hear both.
Good, thank you.
I totally agree with that. I think that's wonderful. And I'm so glad that one of our teachers told you that. But that is so true. I remember when I used to go to some of those training, it was just one big waste of time.
Whatever we can do to optimize their efficiency, we need to work on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Agreed.
agree.
Agreed.
We're here for the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes creating the conditions.
To do that,
To
yes,
do
sir.
that.
Mm-hmm. But thank you for your work on this. You've done an
Thank you.
excellent job.
Thanks.
Other comments? I think I hear Mr.
Mr.
Hanson.
Chair, yeah, I have a couple comments. So Ken, you really hit on DPI a lot and talked about their failures, but the only failure that I heard you mention was them moving the goalposts. Are there any other failures that come to mind of
Yeah.
theirs?
Yeah, I think it's a failure shared by the General Assembly and the SBOE DPI lash-up. I cannot find any place at General Assembly level or DPI level that describes what teaching is about in North Carolina. We don't have a capstone doctrine, if you will, on how what we think teaching ought to be, what we think learning ought to be, to drive the subsidiary approaches to teaching and learning. I hate to refer to it, but in the military, we start out with a capstone doctrine, and then everything that supports that, all the way down to turning a wrench, is derived from that central doctrine. we have an awful lot of what appear to be pet projects, special interest, little programs that throw $1 million at it here, $1 million at it there, and then it's forgotten. There's no measure of what value added took place in the process. It's kind of a free-for-all, and it grows like topsy. I would love to have Moore County schools get our portion, quote, of the DPI budget and let DPI go away. We flat don't need them. We flat don't need them to teach kids and for kids to learn. We got it right here. Let our dollars stay in Moore County, and let's purpose build a school system that achieves Menlo Park.
Well, I mean, I feel the same way about the Department of Education, but the Department of Education's there, and that's not going to go away. But let me go back to the particulars of my question. I think you have some assumptions there. I would find it hard to imagine that the state DPI does not have a vision statement and a strategic plan. I mean, you may not know about it, but I'm quite sure they have a vision and a strategic plan. And there's a lot of good stuff coming down from the DPI. I think we can all agree that the letters program and a return to phonics is a huge success, and that is 100% driven by DPI. So, in the past, I think that the DPI is just like any given school board. Its success or failures are dictated by their current leadership. And under Catherine Truitt, she's introduced the letters program, which I think has been a huge success. We're all excited about it, and that's an example of a DPI success. And I think there's a math program coming down the pike. And then I want to take an issue with one other thing that you said. You said that Moore County does not have an advocate for K through 12 education in the General Assembly. That is simply not true. Senator Tom McGinnis is on the Education Committee, and Senator McGinnis is up there every day advocating for education in Moore County, as is what's his name, Neil Jackson. So we have advocates. We just have to prioritize to them what's important to us.
Bingo. And nobody has done that in the past. Now,
well, that's a school board issue. That's a school board issue.
Well, it's a Moore County issue. We've got Tom McInnes. I love him. I'll vote for him every time. A great guy, and he works hard. But he needs us to describe for him the requirements we have so that he can legislate those things and keep us informed. We need a team effort that we don't have right now, specifically. Let me go back to DPI just a bit. It's sort of like a self-licking ice cream cone. 30 years ago, DPI got rid of phonics in favor of, I don't know, whatever the fad teaching effort was 30 years ago. And now suddenly we're coming back to phonics, and I wouldn't suggest the DPI did that. I think it was pressure from school teachers and principals and citizens that really generated the impetus.
Actually, it was an initiative from Catherine Truitt that did that.
Okay, bless her.
Yeah, and as far as DPI moving the goalposts, my God, I've seen school board members doing that. I saw many school board members run on poor reading and writing results as measured by the school letter grades. And then once many school board members got into office, after 6 months, all of a sudden they're championing the alternative measures that they poo-pooed during the election. That's the exact same thing. That's the exact same moving of the goalposts that you accuse DPI of. And I've seen it in school board members. And many people move the goalposts.
Dave, I have no
make them successful.
Dave, I have no clue what you're talking about. So I can't answer that. I can't respond to that. I don't know what you're talking about. You move the goalposts.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
all right.
eating up time.
Let's not argue.
Yeah.
Further questions, observations.
Okay.
Dave?
Thanks everybody.
Okay.
For
No.
your
Let me
patience.
add just one thing.
I thought you were
on my
dismissing
own.
me.
You bring up some very good points. one of the things that we might want to look into is the Florida deregulation. Florida has taken a big step in deregulating their school boards and giving much more autonomy to individual school boards. One of the things that we might want to look into is how Florida has done that. That's comparatively recent, okay? And so there is a path to what you're talking about. So I'm kind of excited about that. So I think that's great. Number two, what you're talking about is zero-based budget. And
Or a combination, yeah.
or combination. We've always wanted to do a zero-based budget, but there have always been things which have come up in the board that has stymied that effort. A zero-based budget is a very, very, very difficult thing to do. But one of the things that we might want to do, and I'm just throwing this out, is that we might want to get a list. I don't know how difficult this is, Dr. Locklear, of getting a list of all of our certified non-teaching positions. In other words, interventionists, but certified. I'm not talking about cafeteria workers and the like. And seeing how we could better optimize those certified non-teaching positions and enhance them for teaching. That's something that maybe we need to think about in the future. Maybe that's more of a long-range thing. So I'm not saying that needs to be done, say tomorrow or anything like that. Heaven's sakes, you have a lot on your plate. But that's just something that might get us somewhere close to zero-based budgeting. We may not get exactly there, but it's something for the board to think about.
Shall we put that on the next agenda for the?
What was that, David?
I have a question.
Yes.
So earlier today, we just had a presentation on the 24-25 budget cycle. Just had that earlier today. Then you just said you've always wanted to have a zero-based budget. You've been saying that you want a zero-based budget for years. I mean, I think you've said that for 3 or 4 years now. You're the chair. Why don't we have a zero-based? I'm a supporter of a zero-based budget, but the fact is you dissolved the finance committee. So on one hand, you're saying, I want to have a zero-based budget, but as chair, you've taken 0 steps to have a zero-based budget. I think that the public wants a zero-based budget, so you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I want a zero-based budget when you're the chair and you failed to do it. In fact, you dissolved the finance committee. So please explain why we're not having a zero-based budget. You said there's difficulties in it. What's difficult about it? You've been thinking about it for 3 or 4 years. Why don't you implement it?
Dave, let me push in there before the chair gets on. The line item budgeting is dictated by the state. They generate, 20, 30 line items, and they stick money in it and they pass it down to the district. You cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. The General Assembly is going to have to offer up as an option perhaps to districts to use zero-based budgeting, and then I think we will do that. We'll be more inclined. We have no choice now. We can't do it now. So I think that's part of the explanation here, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Also, I have not dissolved any finance committee. We have a budgeting committee which functions. Mr. Hensley was the chair of that budget committee at one point in time. I believe that we need to get closer to a zero-based budget. It's a very it's a very time-consuming thing to do. It is something that we need. I know that we were talking about doing for a couple of years. But one of the things that, of course, when Mr. Hensley was chair of the Finance Committee, he could have done it or could have started it, or could have been started yesterday or the day before. But it is something that we have to look at for the future. And it is really, really difficult.
Well, we're just starting the budget cycle. Let's do it this budget cycle.
Well,
We just, the introduction of this budget cycle was just today. Let's just reverse the meeting 2 hours and let's do a zero-based budget. You say you want it.
we are well into this budget cycle, but we'll look into a zero-based budget. And I think that is a good suggestion. I think Mr. Benway has sparked that for an idea of a zero-based budget. All that having been said, it is probably something that you would want to plan for and look for in the 25-26 cycle, as opposed to the 24-25 cycle, because as you can see, Ms. Edmonds has done quite a bit of work on the 24-25 cycle. But it is something that I hope, Mr. Hensley, you will join in, and we can make it a joint board project to look in the 25-26 cycle, along with some of the other suggestions that Mr. Benway has done. And one of the things that we might want to look at is to get that list eventually of all of our certified non-classroom positions, to see how we can, as Mr. Benway says, optimize teaching. And once we look at that, can maybe with the help of the board, can see how we can better optimize teaching. And also, if we can also look into the Florida system, so that maybe we can get together with Senator McGinnis and Mr. Jackson, as well as our other representatives, and take a look at giving much more autonomy to local school districts, because the needs of Wake County are not the needs of Moore County. And that's one of the things that we have to look at. One size, especially in North Carolina, doesn't fit all. So with that, it is noon. We do have, let me see where we're at.
Shoot me later.
We've got a superintendent update. Is that quick, Dr. Locklear?
Approximately 10 minutes, 15
Approximately
minutes.
10 minutes. Shall I continue on with that, or did you guys want to break for lunch? How did you guys want to handle this? Well, it's just the next thing on the agenda. I'm just asking whether you want to break for lunch now, or you want to continue.
Not right now. We might want to go ahead and move forward with the information items and break after approximately 30 minutes. That would be sometime close to 12:15, 12:30 for a break. It might be my recommendation, so we can get through the information items and start after lunch with pending action.
Okay, so that's the feeling of the board, and that's what we'll do. Dr. Locklear, superintendent's updates.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to pass out just a handout that is guided notes, if you will, from my updates. Get one from Matt as well. This is something a little different. I haven't done this in the past. I have given superintendent comments and updates at the end of business meetings, but I thought we had several things that kind of come forward here at the beginning of the year, and I wanted to make sure I captured those and updated the board on these items. Overall, very, very positive updates and good news. And this is something I may choose to do if the board feels good about this. I may choose to do this from time to time, is just give a superintendent's update at a work session and share some information with you. So I have a few items I just wanted to hit, and you have some notes, some bullet points on each of these items. And some of these items we may be coming back to the board with more deeper presentations and information, like the first item. This first item, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Advanced Teaching Roles Grant, is something that kind of we have been working on and looking to be part of this grant, and have applied for this grant last year and this year. This builds on some of the concepts from our creative HR, where we're giving teachers who are taking on additional students, working with teachers, some additional supplement or stipends. But the Advanced Teaching Roles Grant, we did receive this grant, which is great news. We talked a little bit about it in our retention and recruitment team meeting on Friday. And this grant is one in which was originally designed to be a 3-year grant, but the Department of Public Instruction provided additional funding for this school year for us to try to accelerate our implementation of advanced teaching roles in our schools. So what is an advanced teaching role? An advanced teaching role, again, kind of building on that creative HR. The two roles that the state of North Carolina describes is one in which it's called an adult leadership role. This is where one of our great teachers who has documented great performance and growth out of students would work with a number of teachers to be a teacher leader. They'd work with that team of teacher at a school, help coach those teachers, and take responsibility for the overall performance of those students. And they, by the state of North Carolina, could receive an additional $10,000 supplement. Also with that adult leader position would be a classroom excellence position. And that would enable that teacher to get an additional $3,000 per year supplement. That classroom excellent position would be someone who would support that adult leader, take on additional kids, teach additional students, and support that adult leader teacher. And so the funding for this grant is spread out, as I noted, over 4 years. While we applied for $500,000, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction gave out an additional $150,000 to push the implementation of this. What is that funding for? That funding is for us to, for the district to build a sustainable framework that we could do this after the grant is gone. That includes the training of our staff, which includes training of our teachers, training of our administrators, district staff. It includes having frameworks we can borrow and use and have guidance from a grant partner on this work. So that's what the funding is designed for, is for that training and for that guidance. We are looking to partner with a group called Public Impact, which has kind of been a premier example of this grant partner across the state. This has happened in several places in the state. So we'll be bringing back to you in your March meeting a little more information about the Advanced Teaching Roles Grant, as well as the overall contract for this year of partnering with that group. And it would allow us to be part of a cohort of a couple other districts, so we were able to get that at a more efficient cost. And I also work with a couple strong school districts, Chatham County and Columbus County. Up until that point, under my authority, I've asked Mike and Heather to move forward with our partnership with these groups up to my authority, which is up to $50,000. But before we go any further than that, I'll make sure we get the board's approval, so that'll be pending for you and for your review in March. So I just wanted to update. This is a really good news. We're excited about the opportunity this allows us to support our teachers, to give them the opportunity to advance and impact other teachers and students. And we do see this as really a retention piece. This is an opportunity for us to retain our really great teachers impacting the classroom, but also help grow our teachers that are coming into our schools, whether they're beginning teachers trained from universities or whether they're what we call those residency licensed teachers, second career teachers. This really gives us a great avenue to support that, so we're real pleased with this. The second item, just wanted to bring a quick update to you. You may recall last year we received a North Carolina State Safe Schools grant. There was money in this year's budget for that as well, pretty tight timeline to apply for that. We did apply for that. There was $35 million in the budget for Safe Schools grants across the state of North Carolina. We applied and requested a little over $600,000. We're receiving about $430,000 in Safe Schools grant. About 300 of that or so is going to be around Safe Schools equipment. What does that include? That includes cameras, radio equipment, perhaps a centralized radio system here at the central office, boosting our cell tower or radio tower wattage or whatever that's called. I don't know exactly what that's called, but Ken Eklund is working on those things. It also includes we were looking into a different check-in system that would be consistent across the school district. And we were looking into potentially going in a different direction of what we currently have. But this will enable us to continue to support some of those check-in systems and emergency alert systems. We use Active Defender for that. You notice services for students in crisis. That's basically being able to partner with the community for mental health services and support for our students who may be in crisis. Of course, that's done in partnership with parents.
Dr. Locklear,
yes.
just on this students in crisis, isn't there a deadline for a crisis team? But we already have that in place, or do we? Do you know what I'm talking
As
about?
part of the state budget, they did require that you have threat assessment teams
Yes, that's what I'm
at your
talking about.
schools. We already have that process in place.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
we were-
it's important that there was a news story out that a lot of school districts didn't have that in place. But it's nice to know that the public knows that we do have that in place and we're in full compliance.
That's correct. Moore County Schools have had threat assessment processes and teams in place for a number of years.
Okay, that's
Okay,
important.
so if we have the crisis team, what's the services for students in crisis?
That would be some being able to offer. I think there's some way to offer some online services for parents and kids who may be in crisis. It would be being able to do some contract services with some mental health providers. So it offers the opportunity to kind of add on to our crisis response teams that we have in our schools and offer that opportunity for our students and parents. And of course, the training is just the training that we have been doing, whether that be tabletop exercises with emergency situations, or whether that be training like suicide, SOS, suicide training, suicide awareness training, things of that nature, or even with our school nurses, whatever that may be. So happy that we were able to receive $430,000. And next year's cycle, we believe, will also include school resource officers, so we'll be able to continue to reapply for that and continue to get support for some of our school police officers, which is a 1 to 2/3 match. We get 1/3. We pay for 1/3. The state goes 2/3. The next item I wanted to bring to your attention, just so it's on your radar, is March 1st is the beginning of the biennial, every other year, North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey that will be sent to our teachers and certified support staff on March 1st. Happens every 2 years in North Carolina. The survey is open for completion through the entire month of March. They'll get that via email. They go directly to the teacher. A little different process this year. They've revised it, but it will go directly emailed to our teachers, and we're working through a process to make sure that don't go to, it gets through our email systems and filtering systems, et cetera. Just a reminder, this is a state-developed survey by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. Like I said, it's a revised process this year. Part of that revision is taking the survey from about 200 items down to 100 items. And Ms. Caldwell may remember taking the survey. It got rather large, and I think that the feedback the state had received from teachers across the state is we need to hone that down a little bit. So they did had a feedback process and reduced that to 100 questions. The district results, according to the state, we'll see them in April. In the past, we haven't seen those results until late May, June. So this is about a month earlier than what they've said they've shared them in the past. We'll see if we do receive those by late April. There's a school coordinator at each school that monitors and assists this. That's a teacher leader at each school. It works to make sure teachers and staff are well aware of this and are working to support a high level of completion. I think we had in the high 90s in 2022, 90-something% of our staff completed it. We'll certainly be pushing and supporting that. I also wanted you to know, in companion to this, when the state survey goes out to our certified teachers and support staff, Moore County Schools has a locally developed classified working conditions survey that we've given 2 or 3 times in the past. And so we'll be giving that survey to all of our classified staff via the SurveyMonkey platform to ensure that folks know that it's an anonymous survey. Sometimes that's a concern of folks when they're completing a survey. How do we know that's anonymous? And so we're using the SurveyMonkey to make sure that's the case. And it's, again, a locally developed survey. I don't know how many districts across the state of North Carolina also administer a classified working conditions survey, but we do. We'll be looking forward to seeing the results of that. Before that's administered in March, we'll also be getting feedback on the current status of our survey with our classified support staff advisory council later this month. So we'll be making sure we get their feedback, see if there's any revisions that we might want to consider in the survey. So, of course, we'll be coming back to the board and giving you data and information about the results of those surveys. The next grant I wanted to bring your attention that we received, that's a grant that we haven't received in quite some time, but I first want to tip my hat to our Director for Federal Programs, CTE and Grants, Dr. Lisa Scott. She wears many hats for us, but one of those hats is directing our federal programs here in Moore County. She sought out and we received a rural and low-income schools program grant that we're going to be able to use to support our technology work here in Moore County. School districts receive this grant based on concentrations of children from low-income families. And because of Dr. Scott seeking this out, we do believe this is something we'll be able to, will be something that reoccurs each year. We're able to receive this grant. It's approximately $300,000 for this year. And we'll be utilizing this, as I noted, to support technology work, which supports all the other federal programs and classroom work in our schools. Mr. Eklund will be using these funds to support the replacement and refresh of aging technology. So this is a great additional funding source for us to do that. And it'll also allow our state and local funds to, that's my terminology, layman's terminology, to go further. We'll be able to use those funds to go further to support existing needs. And certainly we'll bring you back updates on this as we move forward as appropriate. 3 other updates wanted to bring to your attention. Most of you are very familiar with the Power Schools system here that we have in the state of North Carolina and Moore County Schools student information system that has all the grading in it. It has student attendance data and other information about our students. Parents have access to it. We call it the parent portal. If we get on there and see how their kids are doing, you can get emails and things of that nature on a daily basis from the Power School system. Well, the state of North Carolina has voted in the fall, in October, to end the state's contract with Power Schools. That's probably about a dozen years old that we've had Power Schools in the state of North Carolina. And the State Board of Education has purchased a new program called Infinite Campus. So the new student information system will be moving forward called Infinite Campus. So those of us who've lived through, when you're old like me, you've lived through about 3 iterations of these transitions from NCYs to Power Schools and now to Infinite Campus. Before that, Sims. We've lived through all these these iterations of student information systems, and some have gone smoothly and some have not. But there is a lot of optimism around the Infinite Campus product. It not only just includes a student information system that can get grades and attendance and interact with parents. There's some other programs in it that could be promising, like an online registration program, a school messenger system, and an online payment system. So we're going to be analyzing these. Right now, we use separate vendors to provide that in our district. So there might be an opportunity here for us to have a cost savings by having this product from the state. The switch over to Infinite Campus will happen in 2 phases over the next 2 years. And we had the opportunity to review the product. Our Director of Planning and Accountability and Research, Kate Fall, as y'all know Ms. Fall, and how sharp she is, along with her team and our data managers in our schools, had the opportunity to review the product. And we did ask to be part of Phase 1. I'm not the biggest fan of being part of Phase 1 implementation of any new thing. But when Kate Fall is enthusiastic about it and believes we should take advantage of that, I support that. And so we will be part of Phase 1 implementation of Infinite Campus that will begin in July 2024. And there's positive energy around this being a smooth transition and what it can offer us as we move forward. Hopefully a user-friendly interface for our parents and our staff.
So with the new school year in '24, the students will be using this new system instead of PowerSchool?
Yes, this will be our new student information system beginning in July of 2024. That's how the grades will be inputted. The good news about it, interfaces directly with our learning management system, Canvas and Google Classroom and others. So yes, this will be a new system. Part of this obviously is going to be training of our staff, training of our teachers, and of course, information and training sessions for our parents.
Yeah, well, that's the important thing, because I want to remind the public and everyone that we have a new policy. And the new policy is that we offer parents training in our technology. And so that's going to become, I think, very, very, very important. And I know it's difficult to do at the beginning of the year with all the things that happen at the beginning of the year, but our parents also need to take advantage of this, because the key to being a partner in your children's education is to know and to be able to get around the technology which the students and the schools use. So that training, that parent training, will be very, very important.
Yes, sir. And we'll be offering multiple opportunities for that for our parents.
If I can just make even a suggestion to that too, I mean, even something as easy as putting it a YouTube video of Kate Faw doing it
Yep.
and putting it on the page.
Great suggestion. We've done that type of thing in the past.
Yeah.
And that can be very effective for parents who can't come to an
Yeah.
in-person opportunity. So you're exactly right. We'll offer that as well. Yep. So a couple other quick updates I wanted to bring to you. One is in response to a question received at the January board meeting after the board voted to remove some books from the review process. Question about donation of those books. Based on Board of Education Policy 2421, disposal of personal property, the superintendent or designee could arrange for sale or disposal of material. In the event that material does not have a saleable value, the superintendent or his designee shall determine the proper disposal of the material. I confirmed this with Attorney Schwartz. These books are not really something that has saleable value necessarily. As a result of that, I will declare them surplus, and we'll work with an appropriate organization to donate these books to. So I just wanted to update the board on that I'll be able to take care of that as superintendent.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. It'll be nice to know that these books, although they may not be what we feel are good for the school system, that they'll still be around, or hopefully a public library will pick them up, or the like, because it's important. It's important that we both keep good books we keep books in circulation, but that we also make sure that we have books which are appropriate for children. So thank you very much for that.
And lastly, just a quick celebration. I joined Ms. Bruno, Mr. Benway at our Moore County Schools District Spelling Bee on the 25th at the end of January at Medici Creek Elementary School, where our K-8 schools participated in the District Spelling Bee, and it went an intensive 21 rounds. It was pretty intensive, pretty exciting. The showdown really for about 12 rounds or so was Charlie Keegan, young lady from Aberdeen Elementary School, and Henry Backerson, who's a young man from Pinehurst Elementary, and they did battle it out. And in the 21st round, Charlie astounded everyone with her flawless spelling of Bethesda. And by the way, I couldn't spell half these words. These kids were doing an incredible job. Very proud of these students. And Charlie's win secures her spot in the regional competition in Charlotte, which will take place in March. And we're awfully proud of Charlie and Aberdeen and all the students. It takes a lot of courage. that's a whole different ballgame, standing on a stage, everyone's staring at you, and you're spelling those words. That's a lot of pressure, and I just want to tell those kids how proud we are for their courage to do that, and how proud we are of their academic abilities. So very proud of them, very proud of the staff who help support it. So with that, that's all the updates I have. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, any additional questions you may have. I hope this may be a format that the board would be supportive of me using from time to time to bring you some updates in a timely way. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And I actually love this because the way I learn is I have to have paper and pencil. And yeah, the spelling bee was absolutely phenomenal. We enjoyed it so much. Those kids were absolutely terrific. They spelled words that I didn't even know what the meaning was. They were really, really good. And I really want to say hats off to David Hensley because he's the one who brought that up. Why don't we have a school spelling bee? So David, thank you for that. And thank you to all the teachers. You did it beautifully. It was wonderful. I can't wait till next year.
Further comments?
I have a
Yes, sir.
Dr. Locklear, well, first of all, Pauline, thank you. I am so excited that we brought back the spelling bee. I mean, even the Grinch who stole Christmas didn't take Whoville's spelling bee away. I don't know who would eliminate the spelling bee, but I'm glad it's back. But I have a question for Dr. Locklear. Did you mention a group called Public Impact early on your presentation?
Yes, sir, and I'm looking to Mike to make sure I used the right, the Public Impact is the name of the group. It's a grant partners, worked with several school districts. One of the ones that's recognized in the state for helping school districts move into the advanced teaching roles.
Yeah, so I just have some, I'm not familiar with them. What exactly are they going to be doing for us? Because I spent a bit of time while you were giving your brief on their website, and they're all about change of culture and this and that. Are we bringing them in to change our teaching culture? Because that seems to be what they specialize in.
They specialize in building the advanced teaching roles culture. I think they call it opportunity culture, which the way I interpret that, or my description of that, is providing a culture where teachers have opportunities to advance and serve as leaders and impact larger groups of teachers. They'd be providing professional learning for our teachers, teacher leaders. They'd be providing that type of support and professional learning for our district level folks. And they also, work to help facilitate school districts to actually create the structure for this to continue way past the grant. So that's the work that they're providing, and the funds can only be used for that type of work. Can't be used for the stipends or supplements. It can't be used for salaries, that kind of thing. It has to be used for that type of work.
Yeah, I would just suggest, I think that, I get concerned when I see an organization whose goal it is to implement an opportunity culture. So I think that, hopefully my fellow board members understand my concern and want to learn more about this before we bring in yet another outside group whose goal is to implement a culture that we may or may not agree with. It might be the best thing since sliced bread, but I think I want to know a little bit more about it.
Yes, sir, which is my desired outcome of sharing this with you today. I appreciate the question. And we plan to come back in March and dive into this a little deeper and make sure the board feels good about this. I certainly believe this, they are really the top one out there for helping support districts, but we'll certainly provide more information in March, and certainly I'm welcome any questions you may have in between.
Yeah, like I said, I've never heard of them. I just looked and I thought, I would appreciate some additional information. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Happy to do it.
Anything further?
May I add a comment?
Yes, sir.
The superintendent, myself, and Pauline were invited to the to Pinecrest to the Junior Air Force ROTC pre-briefing. That was where the students presented the briefing they were going to give to an inspector who was coming 2 weeks later, a colonel. The outcome of that was great. They got a superb rating from that inspecting officer, and just underscores the value of that tremendous program here at Pinecrest as well as at Union Pines. Kudos to Pinecrest. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to second that. It was a great, great opportunity for us to see. We have 121 cadets, and I just thought it was awesome. I really loved it.
Okay. All right. Further? Okay. Moving on, do we have any specific committee reports above and beyond what we've already dealt with? I know we've dealt with policies. I know we've dealt with budgeting, but there may be some other things that the committees want to bring forward. Yes.
Just a timeline. We've got a CTE committee meeting on Thursday here in this room at 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Very important. What else? Any other committees? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
We had a brief construction committee meeting, but I don't, not going to really go into detail with it because I think you're going to present it to the board, so I just.
Yes, we're going to share that presentation. We presented a draft presentation of what we will be presenting, Ms. Purvis and myself, to the Board of Commissioners on Friday at 9 a.m. We have our joint meeting with the commissioners on Friday. Ms. Purvis and I plan to share that out with the board probably tomorrow. So you have plenty of time to review that and ask questions about that. But we wanted to make sure you saw that presentation prior to Friday. Yes, ma'am. And we appreciate the committee's feedback and suggestions on the draft that Ms. Purvis presented.
Anything further? Okay, hearing nothing further. So the next item would be the pending discussion, and I think everybody said they wanted to take about a half an hour for lunch. Am I correct, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir, that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, so it happens to be 12:30, right? So we'll be back here at 1. We're in recess.
Sure. I'll just mute all the outside noise and unmute when we get back on. Is that okay? Yep. All right. Thanks, sir.
We ready? The board is back in session. We'll go to the next item, which is the amended FY 23-24 budget resolution. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just as we do each quarter, when there's different revisions that come from the state, et cetera, to our budget, and so we'll bring those revisions to you to point those out and for your approval of the amended budget resolution. So, Ms. Edmonds.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong item. So our 2023-24 budget resolution for the second quarter, I'll go over our totals by fund, as well as any net increase or decrease since the last resolution. Our state public school fund is now at $100,389,381. This is an increase of $4,119,777. Our local current fund is at $39,324,623, and there is no change. The federal program fund is at $20,026,669. This is an increase of $409,804. Our local capital fund is at $6,508,636, and there is no change. Our school nutrition fund is at $8,375,988, and there is no change. After school is $1,500,000, again, no change. Our local operations fund is at $10,042,638. This is an increase of $153,848. Our total amended budget is at $186,167,936, which is an increase of $4,683,429. We'll go over the detailed budget revision so that you can see where these numbers come from. Okay. Starting with the state fund, the increase was $4,119,776, and this primarily comes from our PRC 131 for textbooks and digital resources, our PRC 095 for RTA specialists. This is our literacy coaches that we are the fiscal agent for. Our PRC 085 for literacy intervention, and this was also an initial allotment. And PRC 63, just children with disabilities, and that's that's our also an initial allotment. Federal program fund, there was an increase of $409,804, and these were for initial allotments. In PRC 060 was the majority of that. Again, that was the initial allotment for that PRC. Then when you go down to restricted revenue, there was an increase of $153,848, the majority of that being the initial budget for ROTC. The last thing I'll go over here's our projected fund balance. And this was also in our budget update from earlier. Our fund balance as of June 30th, 2023 was at $4,882,341. We had assigned for inventories $487,133. We had assigned for fund balance $2,173,000. That's for fiscal year 23-24, making our unassigned fund balance $2,222,208. Our balance sheet as of January 25th, the net gain was $2,798,105. Our projected revenues through June 30th were $16,013,119. Our projected expenses through June 30th are $17,936,204, making our projected fund balance gain to be $875,020. Our projected fund balance is our projected unused fund balance for this year of $2,173,000, adding in our unassigned fund balance of $2,222,208, and that projected fund balance gain of $875,020 would make our projected fund balance for June 30th $5,270,228. And then when you take away the $2 million floor, that leaves our projected fund balance above that $2 million floor at $3,270,228. I'm glad to take any questions the board may have.
Just let me ask one question. We're going to have, you're projecting at the end of 23-24, a basic fund balance of $3,270,000 above and beyond our $2 million floor, right? Knowing that we're now doing our budget for 24-25, how is that, can you figure out how that's going to affect our ability to do things in 24-25? Are you counting on that $3 million to finance 24-25, or do you expect more or less as we end 24-25? Does that help? I mean, I know that's projecting way into the future, and I know that's not going to be exactly precise. But how do you feel about that? Or maybe the word "how do you feel" is not the right thing to ask an accountant.
So last year, we started projecting fund balance each month, kind of getting a gauge where we were by year end. And so this year, I'm doing the same exact process. It came out, the majority of all of this savings is from our vacancies. So, I mean, I feel good that right now, when I'm looking at all my projections, spending out everything we could possibly spend out that I am aware of, I feel fine. I feel this is a really good number to budget from.
Okay, and I appreciate it.
And you may recall from the foundational information, projecting in the next year, we would be assigning some of this fund balance, some of that $3.2 million to balance the budget next year. But just to kind of piggyback on what Tina's saying, but I certainly appreciate the work she does to monitor this and project it.
I have a question.
Yes,
Tina,
go ahead.
could you tell me about the cell tower?
That is rent that we receive every year from the cell tower.
Oh, they pay us?
Yes, and,
Okay.
and we always budget it out at the beginning of the year, and that was just one of the small items I had not added in on the budget. Caught it.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Mr.
Couple
Hensley.
of questions. First, I have a conceptual question to make sure I understand what we're talking about. So, if we go to the overview page where it says that there was an increase of just shy of $4.7 million, is that unforecasted revenue, or is that just additional money that we were expecting that we have now received?
I think we went through this maybe last year. I do not put the budgets on for PRCs. I'm not 100% that we will receive. So the textbooks is new this year. They typically did not give you all of the money in the budget. You had to do budget amendments. Excuse me. You had to do transfers, ABC transfers for those. So that was a change. Our RTA specialists, that did come last year, but they have changed the model of that. It is now a guaranteed allotment, so I did put on what we had, I am anticipating to spend, so they will give us everything that we need to spend for that one. The literacy intervention and the children with disabilities, those were initial allotments. Again, I do not put on any allotment. I do not want anyone spending money and us not knowing that we actually received the money.
Okay, so just to clarify, and I'm sorry, I missed some, nonverbal communication, not being face-to-face, but just to clarify, we have an additional $4.7 million that we didn't originally budget for. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's
Uh,
technically correct, Mr. Hensley, but these are in specific PRCs. She mentioned the RTA specialist. The board may recall that we agreed to be a regional, forget the fancy word,
Fiscal agent.
physical agent, regional physical agent for the RTA specialist. That's a state job, and by being the regional specialist, we receive some indirect costs for that. I believe it's $50,000 a year, which goes into our Fund 8 for safety. That's what I've asked Tina to attach it to. For example, that 1.2 million, it's additional, but it's in a specific PRC for a specific purpose. The 1.7 in textbooks is funds that we've had. They just have not been, the state now is changing how it's showing up on our budget, and that's money that can roll over. That's one of those few areas in the state budget that can roll over is textbook and digital funds, and we budget that out. For example, for, like the magnetic reader and core phonics and iReady and these programs, we budget that out. Rika Math, et cetera, we budget that out for those resource purchases. We've got that budgeted out for many years, I believe, Mike, but we try to accrue it and then spend it, and accrue it and then spend it, to be smart with that. So that's just a couple examples of that. I think the RTA grant shows up this month or this quarter. Not RTA, I'm sorry, Advanced Teaching Roles Grant shows up in this quarter. So it is more money, but it's in a specific PRC.
Okay, so, well, let me address that. And, so first of all, what does RTA stand for again?
Read to Achieve. These are every county in the state. The legislature gave one RTA specialist to, but they're supervised by the state, not by the public school unit. But we agreed to be a regional fiscal agent to payroll purposes, those types of things for these specialists across the Sand Hills region.
So this $1.28 million is to pay RTA specialists in other school districts, or that's to pay RTA specialists in our school district?
That's correct. We have one in our district, and there is to pay across all our region, so other school districts.
Okay, so that $1.28 million really isn't ours. We get whatever, $75,000 of that to pay ours, and the rest is money that we're going to give to other school districts?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
We're able to charge indirect cost on that of $50,000 for Tina's team doing that on behalf of the region.
Okay, so let's go down to this textbooks and digital resources. I mean, I assume that we already had textbooks and digital resources paid for this year, correct? Using other funds?
We utilize this fund, and Mike can speak to the planning around this if we want to go a little deeper, but it's my understanding from Tina that this is a little different way of loading this onto your budget than we've used in the past, so it's showing up differently this year than it has in the past. And that requirement's come from the state. So that's why this 1.7 shows up on this amendment where it would have shown somewhere else in the past.
But you know, per my first question, it's still additional money regardless of how it shows up. You know, if I have someone hands me hands me $10,000, doesn't matter whether it's in my right hand or left hand. I have an additional $10,000. I mean, what am I missing?
Not necessarily missing anything. I'm just trying to point out that that $10,000 can only be spent on a specific item. That's all I'm pointing out.
No.
Yeah.
Look, I understand that, but
Yeah.
again, we already had to have, before we, we weren't, per my first question, we were not expecting this money. We clearly had textbooks and digital resources in our budget, so we already had money set aside for that. So now if they give us $1.7 million, what are we going to do with that money that we previously had programmed going to textbooks and digital resources? I mean, money's fungible.
The 1.7, and I want to make sure I'm explaining this correctly. The 1.7 was already money that we had accrued over time based on our textbook allotment. We get a specific allotment each year, and that's one of the few state allotments that you actually can roll over. And so this is not necessarily new money. It's just showing up in this way where it hadn't in the past. Let me let Mike talk a little bit about that because he manages that budget with our team. Mike?
Sure, we get about 200,000, 200 to 250. Sometimes it'll be about 240 a year. We have an 8-year textbook fund management plan because we know looking out we'll have big expenses that'll come up. For example, Performance Matters is something that the board is aware of. It runs our data system. That is something that initially we paid for out of ESSER funds to get that going. That bill is going to come due. That's going to be a very expensive bill. So we're budgeting for that, and we're budgeting for Eureka Math. For example, we knew we needed a math program. We budgeted for that. 5 or 6 years, we may have to do an update of that. We need to make sure the textbook money is there for that. So we budget that out 8 years in that textbook management fund. We roll over the funds that we use to make sure that we can cover that bill when the time comes for us to need to do those replacements.
Yeah, so what fund balance can I see this $1.7 million in at the end of this fiscal year, since we're not going to spend any of it this fiscal year?
It rolls over, so it will come right back to us in a carryover in that same PRC within the state budget.
But so it's called a carryover, but it's not considered a fund balance?
No, it's a carryover.
I thought, okay, then obviously I had a misunderstanding. I thought all the money we had left over at the end of the year was reflected in fund balances. I didn't realize there was yet another term for additional money that we had left over.
With state, with state funds, the money either goes back to the state, it's reverted, or it is, or they will do a carryover in just certain PRCs, and this happens to be one of only, I think, 2 that there are.
Further, Mr. Hensley?
No, I don't think so. Thank
Okay,
you.
all right. Anyone else? Okay. So we'll deal with that at the business meeting. Audit contract for the year ending June 30th, 2024. That's for an auditor, am I correct?
Yes, sir. That's for the same auditor the board used this past year. I'll let Tina kind of walk us through, remind us of the process we use to identify our current auditor, and the recommendation is to approve them doing the audit this year as well. Tina?
Based on North Carolina General Statute 115C 447, an annual independent audit, each local school administrative unit shall have its accounts audited by a certified public accountant after the close of each fiscal year. The accounting firm Anderson, Smith & White was selected as the lowest responsive bidder through a request for proposal last year. The RFP covers audit services for fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24, and fiscal year 25, with an option to add 2 additional years. The audit fee and financial statement fees for 24 total $52,000 plus up to $5,000 in non-attest services should they be required. An example of that is the mandatory GASB statement audits that are through the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And this represents a $1,000 increase from the fiscal year 23 audit and financial fees. And then you can see the estimated cost. We just put down exactly what it would be for the next year as well. It's just going up $1,000 per year.
Okay. Any questions on that? The cost of the audit. Okay, so we'll deal with that at the business meeting. Connect Virtual Academies. Looks like we want to change the name.
Just a small recommended change there for clarity on marketing purposes and working with our parents and homeschool community. Dr. Metcalf and Mr. Swafford, who's still the principal at Connect Virtual Academy for a couple more weeks, and going to be the proud new principal at West Pine Middle School. So welcome, Jeremy. Glad to have you with us. Mike?
As usual, you stole my intro about this being a small change for marketing purposes, but I'll hand it right over to Mr. Swafford.
Yeah,
what this does is just clarify that Connect is more than just a virtual academy. It has the virtual component, but it also has the hybrid in-person component. So this just clarifies that it is more than just virtual. That was confusing some people when it said Connect Virtual Academy. People automatically moved to the virtual and ignored the hybrid option. This also keeps in place the history that is Connect that we've built over the last 4 years and to become one of the best innovative schools in the state of North Carolina. So it just keeps that tradition going forward. Other than that, that's all I have, unless you have questions.
I believe, if I'm not correct, Connect Academy is the third ranks third academically in the state of North Carolina, which is a tribute to you and to your staff.
That was last year, Mr. Levy, and I feel quite certain that this year we will be number one.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
We've only missed it by 1 point. 1 point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it shows you that when we say we have the best school system in the state of North Carolina, we really mean it. And I want to just appreciate all the work that Mr. Swafford, that you have done and your staff has done to say that we're that high academically, and to remind everyone that we do get a lot of bang for our buck here in Moore County. So, but we wouldn't do that unless we had some really, really great teachers and great administrators like yourself. And why you're going to another school, I don't know. Can we just keep you over at Connect?
Mr. Swafford's going to do some outstanding work.
I know he
West
will.
Pine
I know
Middle
he
School.
will.
We're excited for him to go there.
I know he very much will, but I just want to, I guess I just want to sing his praises and the praises of Connect Academy. But go ahead. Is there anything else? Okay. If not, we'll just go ahead and deal with that as a final vote. I don't think we'll have a problem with that name change. Thank you, Mr. Swap. The amended contract for speech and pathology.
Go right ahead, Mike and Marcy.
We'll put Marcy right on the spot.
Got a couple of amended contracts here in Exceptional Children's Services.
Yes. The first one is for Refined Communication Solutions. One of our goals this fall was for all of our speech language pathologists to be face-to-face with students rather than virtual. And we have been able to do that through Refined Communication Solutions. What it does, though, is cause us to need to amend their contract by $73,600.
Okay. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll deal with that at our business meeting. The amended contract for developmental day services.
Yes, we contract with Sand Hills Children's Center for developmental day services. In our contract with them, it says we will reimburse them the state rate. In the fall, the state increased the per child amount that we get from $1,004.10 to $1,350 per child. So that is an increase of $86,475.
Anything, any questions by anyone? Okay, if not, we'll deal with that at our business meeting. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hensley. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have questions. So what grades are students aged 3 through 5?
I'm not sure. Could you repeat the question, Mr. Hensley?
Just couldn't hear you.
Oh, yeah, it says educational services for students aged 3 through 5. What grades are students who are 3 to 5 years old?
They're considered before kindergarten. The IDEA grant requires us as a school system to serve children beginning at age 3.
And so do we get reimbursed 100% for this?
Yes, per child, we get $1,350. These developmental day slots, we contract with Sand Hills Children's Center, but we also have 6 slots per preschool classroom that we have in Moore County schools.
So these are exceptional, these are payments for exceptional preschool students.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions by members of the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll deal with that at our business meeting. Next, the Dr. Locklear, the 24-25 high school course guide.
Yes, thank you, Marcy, Neil. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, each year we bring the board the next year's course guide as we roll into registration season for our high school students. And I'm going to let Mike and the team, and I think you may be meeting Miss Rachel for the first time. So almost called her Rachel Andrus. Don't know where that came from. Rachel Burris.
I'm going to call her by a proper name.
Dr. Burris.
This is Dr. Rachel Burris.
Yes.
who is
Sorry,
our
Dr. Burris. But,
That's
sometimes
That's
as
fine.
an old fellow, I have a brain situation.
That's
But welcome, and I'll let them walk through the revisions and highlighting that. We'll be asking your approval on the course guide for next year.
Sure. I think Board Policy 5000 asks the board to approve any new courses that we're adding. And so we're going to give you a bird's eye view of the entire course guide, and Dr. Burris is going to lead that.
Okay, this clicker?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the highlights that we have for the changes to the course guide for the upcoming school year 24-25. So the overall purpose of our course guide is really to provide our students and parents with assistance in developing a comprehensive academic plan for their students in high school. It helps to bridge some collaboration among our stakeholders and provide information for them as well. So I'm going to run through some changes that are going to be occurring for the next school year. So the first, we're going to kind of take it by department. So the first one has to do with art education. There will now be advanced placement drawing at both Pinecrest and Union Pines, as well as 3D art and design at both Pinecrest and Union Pines. In the prior year, it was just offered at Pinecrest, so that is a change in offering at Union Pines. With regards to CTE, Career and Technical Education, we have quite a few changes. There are going to be new classes for Adobe Video Design 2 and Adobe Visual Design 2. There is an Agri-Science Applications course. And then there are 2 Culinary Arts and Hospitality courses, both 2 and 4. Those are replacing the internship classes. So they're not necessarily a fully new class, but they are replacing something prior. And then we also have Agri-Science Applications, Foundations of Health Science, and Drone Technology Fundamentals in the CTE world.
Question.
Sure.
Is that being offered at all 3 high schools or just Union Pines and Pinecrest?
No, ma'am. The Audio Video Design 2 and the Audio Visual Design 2 are going to be both at Pinecrest. The Culinary Arts and Hospitality Applications, those are at all 3 high schools. And then the Agri-Science Applications, Foundations of Health Science, and Drone Technology are at Union Pines.
Great. Thank you.
Question. All right. What's the Culinary Arts and Hospitality 3? Is there a linkage somewhere in there that's created?
I don't believe that there is a 3. There is a
It's
3?
the course.
Okay. It's the course. Yeah. So can you qualify the difference between the 2? I can. So it is a
Stand up. Come on up to the mic. Yeah.
Mic time.
I know you really love to be on the mic in the spotlight, right?
This is Sherry Ivy from CTE. I brought her along to help with these questions.
Thank you. The Culinary Arts and Hospitality pathway is a 3-course pathway. So currently we have Culinary 1. Culinary 2 currently is the internship, and we are switching that to applications. So we are more inclusive for sports, band students, and students that don't drive to hopefully build those numbers. And then we already have a 3 in place, which completes that pathway, but we have had interest in adding a Culinary 4. Which would be almost like an advanced studies for our culinary program.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Just one additional thing. You said that we're replacing the internship. I assume internship is going out to a restaurant and interning at a restaurant, right? Are we no longer doing that, or what's the impact on their ability to work outside of the school in practical terms as an intern?
so there's no change for them working outside the school as an intern. That is another opportunity for them. What we're running into with Culinary 2 internship is that the numbers go down significantly because a lot of students are taking it as a sophomore or junior and they cannot drive yet, or there are tie-ups with their schedule with sports or with band requirements. So our goal is we will actually be running our classes as test kitchens. So the experience that they will get outside in a job per se, will actually be doing some of that in-house, which then prepares them.
Will they be able to do any form of internship outside, or is that just no longer going to be the case?
No, they still will have an option to do an internship.
Okay, that's important. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Do you have any other questions on this? No.
Okay.
Let's keep on.
All right, here we go. So exceptional education. So the changes here are mainly having to do with the change in the name of the courses. So there was an extended content founding principles of the United States, a mouthful, United States of America and North Carolina civic literacy. That now replaces civics and governance 1 and 2. And then the extended content American history now replaces American history 1 and 2. And then they're now offering an extended content world history class. So those kind of reflect a little bit of what happened with the graduation requirements in the general core. And then for our OCS prep classes 1 through 4, the names have changed. So they're now called Employment Preparation 1 Science, Employment Preparation 2 Citizenship, Employment Preparation 3 Citizenship 2, and Employment Preparation 4 Math. And then American 1 and 2 OCS are no longer offered. They have been replaced by the OCS Founding Principles course. And then the local electives, Occupational Prep Lab 1 and 2 are no longer offered. Those pieces have been wrapped into that employment prep course. Okay. All right, so for revisions to science, there really is only one revision. All AP Physics offerings, their prerequisite has been changed to pre-calculus honors or AP pre-calculus, and that is from the College Board. That requirement has changed. Prior to that, it used to be AP Calculus AB was a prerequisite. Okay, so revisions to social studies. Some of these are requirement changes for graduation. So the American History Founding Principles, Civics, and Economics was removed. It is no longer part of the graduation pathway. It was replaced by Founding Principles of the United States of America and North Carolina Civic Literacy. And then American History 1 and 2 was removed as it's no longer part of the graduation pathway, and it was replaced by American History. And then there is one new course offering, which is going to be Bible as History at all 3 schools, and I'll give you a little bit of information about that course. So this course will be an elective course. It does have a prerequisite of world history or honors world history. It will not satisfy the world history requirement. And this course is a general survey of the history of the Bible with emphasis given to its historical, geographical, and literary aspects. And the purpose of the course is to help students better understand the historical context of biblical literature and the relationship of the Bible to the history, culture, literature, art, and social customs of the modern world. There is a textbook called The Bible and Its Influence that will be offered to the students, as well as the students will be allowed to choose their own translation of the Bible to use in their coursework. There are 3 standards that will be covered overall throughout the course. The first will be for students to be able to understand and show an understanding of the major narratives, characters, stories, and poetry contained in the Bible and how they are used in literature, art, and music. The second standard is that students will demonstrate an understanding of the Bible's impact on the history, religion, government, and law of various cultures. And the third is that students will participate in discussions related to curricular ideas regarding the Bible. And that ends our course additions or removals to the course guide. The remaining pieces will be the new graduation requirements. Yes, sure.
What was the book that you're going to use in this class?
Oh, I always forget. Okay, what was the name of the book
It's
that you're
called
going
The
to
Bible
use?
and Its Influence.
The Bible and Its Influence. Okay, thank you.
And I believe this course is also based on other courses which are given throughout the state. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is not anything, it's a great course, and we're very, very happy to have it. But it is well-tested in other LEAs, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we knew that.
If a ninth grader is, are they gonna go through the new schedule, or are they, I guess, for graduation wise? What would their graduation be? Would it still be the old history? Is that making sense?
For the sequence?
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't get it out.
So the ninth graders now will follow these new requirements that
Okay.
you see on this slide.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll begin with world history, and that is, and if in reference to the Bible as history class, it is a prerequisite before they could take that class.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on those particular things? Okay. Seeing none, go ahead.
All right. So some new graduation requirements. There will be a new computer science requirement for students entering ninth grade next school year, but we can provide, ask a waiver from the state for the following school year as well as the 25th, 26th school year, but we do have to have the classes offered by the 26, 27 school year. I will note that we already have these classes offered in Moore County schools. We are just going to try to hopefully find a plan on how we can bring those classes in an easy pathway for our students to take. But we already do offer many classes that satisfy this requirement already. There is also an elective requirement at the middle school for an introductory computer science course that must be offered in middle schools by the 25th, 26th school year. But that's just an elective, it's not a requirement. And then we do have an arts requirements for students entering ninth grade in the following school year, 25, 26. And that's that they have one course in art. It could be art, chorus, drama, music, band, orchestra between grades 6 and 12. So sometime in their secondary career. So that would apply to our current 7th graders. By the time that they enter ninth grade, that would be a requirement for them. All right, and the final piece is our 3-year graduation requirement. This is under new legislation that requires counties to put in the course guides that there is an offering for a 3-year graduation. This is something that we should have always done, so this is not new to Moore County schools. But there are some parameters that they have put in place requiring for the 3-year graduation. And that is that students are told that it is an opportunity during the spring of their 8th grade year, that if it's something that they want to pursue, that they can. There is a pathway of courses that they would follow for those 3 years, and that they also have some type of meeting with their parent or guardian, the principal and counselor, about what graduating in 3 years might entail as far as athletics, career options, college options, those types of things. But this is something that we've always done. And if you'll notice, students do need to be 16 years of age at the time of graduation, and it has to be in what would be their 3rd year or their junior year, and it comes with approval from the superintendent. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
All right. Any questions from members of the board? Just one observation. Maybe the last person to graduate in 3 years may have been me. First year of Pinecrest. I graduated in the 11th grade because they promised a policy that would allow that, and I took advantage of that and went to Carolina a year early. And then maybe they said, Levy graduated this way, we're going to drop that for 50 years. But it's nice to know that they picked it up again. But thank you very, very much, especially for that course on the Bible. I think that is a very, very good addition as an elective for those students who are so interested, and also gives a lot of a good feeling for those persons of faith who want to attend our schools. Clearly, we cannot teach religion, and we do not teach religion, but the Bible is an important historical book to take a look at and to deal with as a part of Western civilization. And I want to thank Ms. Bruno, who I know other members of the board may have gone along with that, but I think this was one of her ideas in the beginning, and I just think that that's wonderful. Okay.
I just wanted to
Yes.
thank both of you for the spelling bee. Oh, I enjoyed it so much. It was wonderful to see those kids. Great job.
It was very exciting.
Really great job.
Okay, and thank you for making sure that we have some of the best course offerings, especially with regard to CTE, which for everyone is vocational education, which a lot of people, when we say CTE, they say, "What's that?" Okay, but it's vocational education, and it's also a ticket to a couple of things. Our new advanced career high school going in at Sandhills, and also a ticket to going into a great career without any college debt whatsoever. So that's the one big thing that we're contributing, and I thank your staff for that. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Burse, Ms. Gephardt, and Dr. Metcalf. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about an out-of-state field trip.
Dr. Metcalf, I believe we have one request this month.
We have one request this month, and LaShonda Manor, our Assistant Director of Student Support Services, is sitting in this afternoon.
Am I on?
You are on.
Oh, hello, everyone. So we have one field trip from New Century Middle School, 8th grade band, chorus, and orchestra would like to take their students to Williamsburg, Virginia to compete in the annual Festivals of Music competition on April the 6th.
Any questions from anyone? Yes, Mr. Benway.
Yes, sir.
How many kids is that?
80.
80.
Yes, sir. And they have 20 adults going.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, let me also say that this is a wonderful thing to do. And once again, another great thing about Moore County Schools is our emphasis on the arts, okay? Because it's not just academics, it is CTE and the arts, and that's the reason why we're all for school choice, but the best choice is Moore County Schools because they get opportunities to do exactly this. And I just think that's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manor.
All right, now, the next thing would have been the request of the Board of Commissioners to advocate the legislature do something about making school board races partisan. That was requested by Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes unfortunately can't be with us here today, so I'm going to go ahead and put that off until next month. Well, I would imagine next month because it all just depends on how the board wants to do it. But you would want to have it in a work session, and then talk about it, and then deal with it maybe in a business session or whatever you want to do. But at any rate, I feel bad because Mr. Holmes isn't here to talk about that. So is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that'll be put off until next month. All right. Next is the agenda for next week. Let's go over what you want to do on the consent agenda. And so, just so the public understands, because there has been some discussion in public about this consent agenda. Any member of the board who wants this as a non-consent agenda matter can simply speak up, and they can say, no, I don't want this on the consent agenda, and then it'll be on the regular agenda. So everyone has that opportunity. The amended budget resolution consent agenda? Okay, so that'll be on the consent. The audit for the year ending June 30th, 2024.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
I would like item A to be an action item.
Item A is an action item then.
Yes.
Item B, the audit contract for the year ending June 30th, 2024. Action item or consent agenda? Consent? Consent? Any questions? Okay, that'll be, B will be consent. Connect Virtual Academy, we're renaming the academy. Consent agenda?
Consent.
Consent. The amended contract for speech and language pathology services? Consent? Consent it is. Amended contract for developmental day services? Consent? Consent it is. The 24-25 high school course guide, what we just went over?
Consent.
Consent, everyone says?
Action.
Action item. Mr. Hensley says action item, so it'll be on the action item. Out-of-state field trip, consent? Consent? All right. Request of the board, well, that's not going to be, we're going to eliminate item H, and Dr. Locklear, if you would put that on the calendar for March. And that'll be just fine. Anything else? Okay. Board comments. Ms. Bruno?
I thought today was wonderful. I thought Mr. Benway was a star. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Going around the room, since the speaker is right here, Mr. Hensley.
I have nothing.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Caldwell.
I don't have anything.
Mr. Benway. Ms. Davis.
I think I'll have something today. I don't normally, but
Okay.
again, to appreciate the work that Mr. Benway put into his presentation, and what I took from it the most was optimizing teaching, and that is something that we discussed at length, not necessarily on Friday, but it was mentioned, and just growing our own and investing in our own people and growing up our teachers. But the best way that we can do that is if we hear from our teachers and if we listen to what they have to say. And again, I want to encourage that open line of communication as much as possible. And appreciate being here today. Thank you.
Okay, and let me just say that I'm very, very happy with our new coursework. I'm very, very happy with our emphasis on the new social studies program, including the new elective course on the Bible. I'm very, very happy about our emphasis on vocational education and our emphasis on the arts. I am really, really proud of our Connect Academy being third in the state and soon to be first in the state, okay? Because it's especially important for our military families, because I do understand that even we have kids in the Middle East who are taking courses at Moore County schools. Together with our blend ed and together with our regular coursework, that's fantastic. Dr. Locklear, thank you very much for your presentation here today, because you've updated us on a number of programs, and that really does help. As I said to you at the break, I said I'd like to see more of that, and I know that I don't want to overburden you because you do so much, okay? But maybe if you can continue to do that, that I think is very much appreciated
Yes, sir.
By the board. And do you have any further comments?
No, sir. Appreciate the board's engagement as always, and look forward to our business meeting next Monday. And
Okay.
just as a reminder, our joint work session with our Board of Commissioners on Friday morning at 9 a.m. Our topic of discussion will be our capital projects in the future.
Yes, also looking forward to our joint meeting with our Board of Commissioners. Dr. Metcalf, did you want to say something? Oh, I'm sorry. I saw your hand move. That's all right. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second? There's a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.